This is Lisa Thompson, the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayers' Rights Advocate. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office is independent, with the goal to protect taxpayers' rights and ensure taxpayers' concerns are addressed fairly and promptly. We assist taxpayers with problems that they may have with the assessment or collection of property taxes or with the alcoholic beverage tax. We invite taxpayers and stakeholders to this year's virtual Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing before the elected members of the State Board of Equalization. Taxpayers will have an opportunity to provide comments on items described in the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayers' Rights Advocates Annual Report. Also, taxpayers will have the opportunity to share suggestions, comments, or concerns on California's property tax system. In addition, taxpayers can present any ideas on changes to the alcoholic beverage tax program. Join us on Tuesday, August 24th, 2021 at 10 a.m. You can participate during the virtual hearing or submit your comments in advance. For more information, please visit www.boe.ca.gov/TRA. We are here to serve you. Thank you. This is Lisa Thompson, the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayers' Rights Advocate. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office is independent, with the goal to protect taxpayers' rights and ensure taxpayers' concerns are addressed fairly and promptly. We assist taxpayers with problems that they may have with the assessment or collection of property taxes or with the alcoholic beverage tax. We invite taxpayers and stakeholders to this year's virtual Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing before the elected members of the State Board of Equalization. Taxpayers will have an opportunity to provide comments on items described in the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Program. Join us on Tuesday, August 24th, 2021 at 10 a.m. You can participate during the virtual hearing or submit your comments in advance. For more information, please visit www.boe.ca.gov/TRA. We are here to serve you. Thank you. Hello, this is Lisa Thompson, the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayers' Rights Advocate. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office is independent, with the goal to protect taxpayers' rights and ensure taxpayers' concerns are addressed fairly and promptly. We assist taxpayers with problems that they may have with the assessment or collection of property taxes or with the alcoholic beverage tax. We invite taxpayers and stakeholders to this year's virtual Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing before the elected members of the State Board of Equalization. Taxpayers will have an opportunity to provide comments on items described in the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayers' Rights Advocates Annual Report. Also, taxpayers will have the opportunity to share suggestions, comments, or concerns on California's property tax system. In addition, taxpayers can present any ideas on changes to the alcoholic beverage tax program. Join us on Tuesday, August 24th, 2021 at 10 a.m. You can participate during the virtual hearing or submit your comments in advance. For more information, please visit www.boe.ca.gov/TRA. We are here to serve you. Thank you.
like we're all connected, able to see everybody's face here. So we will go, let's see, is Ms. Taylor available?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Good morning, all. We're ready to call this board meeting to order. If Ms. Taylor would please call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez.
Present.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Present.
Member Gaines.
Present.
Member Cohen.
Present.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Present.
Well, we have a quorum. The meeting is officially called to order. We will open up and start with our Pledge of Allegiance. If I can get you all to stand here. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. And with that, just another friendly reminder to everybody, specifically our members and those that may be listening. One of the reasons we do this is because we all have to share the same line here simultaneously. And in that process, in this teleconference, the call line, I just appreciate your patience. And like always, please wait to be recognized so we can make sure our transcription is taking accurate minutes and notes of who made motions, who seconds, therefore, and then so on. And with that, I'd like to thank you all. And let me just open it up to the members. If you have any opening comments before we start our order of business. And I believe Member Gaines has an announcement to make before we start. Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair Vasquez. I just wanted to make the announcement that my daughter Caroline and her husband Matt have their second daughter, Layla Joy, who was born at 1 o'clock this morning. And so we're really thrilled about that. That is the fourth grandchild this year that Beth and I have had the honor to enjoy. So 2 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. I believe Riviera Rose was born in between our 2 meetings. So I also wanted to announce her delivery. So we just feel very, very blessed and very fortunate, and it's an exciting time. So thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. I feel like I'm way behind here. You know, I just barely have one, and I have another one coming in February, but nowhere near what you have.
Well, I think what happened
jealous.
was our first daughter got pregnant, and I think it caused a domino effect in the family. So
I'm sure COVID helped a little bit on that one.
Well, Vice Chair Schaefer here, I have 2
Yes.
sons, and they both think the world is in such a difficult times that they just don't want to bring another child into it. So every time you talk about grandchildren, I'm sad that I'm not in the race with you guys, but I so applaud your successes.
Deputy
Thank you.
Controller Stowers here.
Yes, Ms. Stowers.
Congratulations, Member Gaines. Is that 4 out of 10?
it's 4 out of we now have 7. So it's
7. I was close.
yeah, 5 girls,
Congratulations.
5
5
girls
girls.
and 2 boys. Yes.
Girl power, girl power. Congratulations.
And Mike, you're welcome to come up and visit our grandkids. And if you need a little grandchild love, come on up.
I
Thank
heard
you.
you're getting ready to put together an all-women's basketball team.
Which one?
That's right.
I gotta guess.
With that, members, just one little quick announcement here as we move forward with our agenda. I want to announce that we will take up the constitutional functions within within K3, property tax deputy director's report starting around 1:30 this afternoon to allow our state controller to participate in those matters. And with that, if I can have Ms. Taylor, please announce our first order of business.
Our first order of business is an announcement regarding the public teleconference participation. After the meeting good morning and thank you for joining today's Board of Equalization meeting via teleconference. Throughout the duration of today's meeting, you will primarily be in a listen-only mode. As you may know from our public agenda notice and our website, we have requested that individuals who wish to make a public comment fill out the public comment submission form found on our additional information webpage in advance of today's meeting, or alternatively, participate in today's meeting by providing your public comment live. After the presentation of an item has concluded, we will begin by identifying any public comment requests that have been received by our board proceeding staff, with the AT&T operator providing directions for you to identify yourself. After all known public commenters have been called, the operator will also provide public comment instructions to individuals participating via teleconference. Accordingly, if you intend to make a public comment today, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line, as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We ask that everyone who is not intending to make a public comment, please mute their line or minimize background noise. If there are technical difficulties when we are in the public comment portion of our meeting, we will do our best to read submitted comments into the record at appropriate times. Thank you for your patience and understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. And with that, if you would please call our first agenda item.
Our first item will be C1, Public Hearings, Proposed Property Tax Rule 462.520, Public Hearing and Proposed Adoption of Property Tax Rule 462.520, Exclusion from Change in Ownership, Intergenerational Transfers, to implement and make specific provisions of Section 2.1 of Article 13A of the California Constitution. This matter will be presented by Mr. Moon.
Hey, Lori. They must be doing the things at the end.
Yes, I think somebody's not muted right now, but we'll be coming up in a minute. If Mr. Moon is available?
Yes, good morning, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. My name is Richard Moon. I'm with the legal department. And as you know, since the passage of Prop 19 in November of last year, we've been working to provide guidance to assessors as well as other stakeholders regarding its new requirements. As you also know, part of the guidance process has been drafting new regulations that clarify certain aspects of Prop 19, and we divided the rulemaking process into two parts, one covering each of the main property tax portions of the law, the intergenerational transfer exclusion and the base year value transfer. The intent of the rulemaking was to timely clarify some of the major issues raised by Prop 19's language. At the April 27 meeting, the board authorized publication of this rule, Rule 462.520, the new proposed rule explaining aspects of the intergenerational transfer exclusion. And today's public hearing is an opportunity for stakeholders to comment on the rule. And following the public comments, the board will have the opportunity to vote to adopt the rule. If the board adopts the rule, staff will prepare the final documents to go to both the Office of Administrative Law and the Department of Finance. Those documents will include a final statement of reasons in which there will be a response to each of the public comments. If you have questions prior to hearing the public comments, I'd be happy to address them now.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Members, do we have any comments before we open it up to the public? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Taylor, do you want to, or Mr. Moon, do you have some public written comments on this, or do we open it up?
We did have some written comments. I'm not sure if the plan was to read them here, but they are posted or will be posted on our project webpage, and we will also respond to the written comments in the final statement of reasons as well.
Chairman
many do we have?
Vasquez, Deputy Controller Stowers here.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was having problems unmuting.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have a quick question for Mr. Moon. I know that there has been some amendments to SB 539, and I would just like clarification if any of those amendments are in conflict with the proposed rule.
There are no amendments to SB 539 that would affect or contradict this rule. There is a change in SB 539 that I wouldn't say is a conflict to the base year value transfer rules, but perhaps was not what we had expected. But again, that does not affect the intergenerational transfer exclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. I appreciate the clarification.
Anybody else? Seeing no other hands or comments. Mr. Moon, I just had a quick question. You mentioned that you have some written comments. How many do we have?
I believe we have 6.
Are they very lengthy, or do we have time to read them? Because I know we'll post them, but if they're not lengthy, maybe we should read them off and then we'll move on.
Some of them are lengthy, and I guess what I can say is that in the past we have not read the written comments during the oral public hearings, and again, it's at your pleasure. So if you'd like them read into the record, we can certainly do that.
Well, let me ask first. Let me ask Ms. Taylor if we can check with AT&T and see if there's anybody on the line that wishes to speak.
Certainly. Chairman Vasquez, the Board Proceedings Division did receive one written comment on this matter for today, so I'd be happy to read that. And
yes,
then
why don't we do
check
that?
For public comment. All right. We received one comment on this item from Tom Sheehy on behalf of Commercial Loan Corporation of California. Commercial Loan Corporation has done a significant amount of research on how specific counties process requests for exclusion from reassessment under the historical intergenerational property transfer rules under Propositions 58 and 193, as well as the current rules contained in Prop 19. Their objective has always been to find ways to help create more consistency in the processing of claims for assessment exclusions between parents and children throughout the state. Commercial Loan Corporation has found wide discrepancies between counties on how requests for exclusion from reassessment are processed. The culprit seems to be how parent-to-child transfers are handled by county assessors when real property is processed, held in family trust, and one of the child beneficiaries wants to keep the family property. Commercial Loan Corporation has documented a number of known fraudulent schemes being used in California to bypass the requirements of Revenue and Tax Code 63.1 in these instances. These schemes include 1, faking third-party loans, 2, creating bogus LLCs or corporations whose real purpose is deception and not to provide real loans, 3, taking properties out of a trust to secure conventional financing, 4, asset inflation to equalize, and more. All of these schemes and more are being utilized in California to one extent or another. The due diligence done by county assessors is the primary way these tax avoidance schemes are caught when requesters attempt to circumvent the law and deprive local and state governments the public resources made available through the property tax revenues. After researching the techniques being used and thoroughly understanding these methods to deceive county assessors, Commercial Loan Corporation completed the BOE 58AH form for all the above scenarios, as well as for normal parent-to-child transfer that did not require a third-party loan. CLC found that the BOE 58AH looked identical in each instance. It makes it unclear how an assessor would know what additional information or documents to ask for in order to make sure the law is being followed and requests for exclusion from reassessment are legitimate. CLC believes that there needs to be uniformity from county to county in the state. It should not matter where a request for exclusion from reassessment under the intergenerational transfer rules take place. Los Angeles County should follow a similar procedures as Monterey or San Diego or Colusa. To that end, we are asking the BOE and the County Assessors Association to adopt a couple of minor changes to the new BOE 19P that we believe will help weed out quite a bit of the questionable transactions and promote more uniformity in how these requests are processed around the state. Our request on these minor form changes to the BOE 19P and an actual mock-up of an amended form have been made available on the public comments page for this proposed regulation. CLC strongly urges the BOE to work with the California Assessors Association and adopt these changes to the form as a way to promote more uniformity among the counties and to prevent fraudulent schemes from draining needed public resources. Some have argued the changes are not necessary because taxpayers requesting the reassessment exclusions must sign these forms under penalty of perjury. The penalty under perjury requirement does not stop those who intentionally decide to break the rules in order to enrich themselves at the cost of other taxpayers, governments, and citizens. This is a sad but true, and federal IRS statistics bear this out year after year. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to ask a question, please press 1, then 0 on your telephone keypad. You may withdraw your question at any time by repeating the 1-0 command. If you're using a speakerphone, please pick up the handset before pressing the numbers. Once again, if you do have a question, you may press 1 and 0 at this time. And there are no questions in queue at this point.
Chair Vasquez,
Chairman
Vice Chair.
Vasquez, Chairman Vasquez, members of the board, this is Henry Nanjo, Chief Counsel. If I could just make a comment on previously submitted comments to the rulemaking process. Historically, those have not been read into the record at the board meeting, primarily due to the fact that there's no limitation to the length of the comments that can be made, and the previously submitted record comments, as you might notice on the website, in some cases have suggestions for examples and can become quite lengthy. The legal requirement is to provide an opportunity for the public to, at this hearing, provide either public comment orally or submit written records that are to be read, but those previously submitted are not intended to be read. They're intended to be part of the rulemaking file, which they have already been made a part of. So I hope that clarifies things for the board.
Vice Chair
Schaefer. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Vice Chair Schaefer, go ahead.
Mr. Nanjo, I'd like to ask you, I noticed that letters to the editor in major papers are usually limited to 150 words. The statements I have in front of me from Mr. Sheehy and Mr. Phillips are between 400 and 500 words. Could we gently cap comments at like 300 words instead of without limitation? And it comes as one great big paragraph, which is a little difficult to dig into. I would respectfully request that when we get a written comment, as we have here from Mr. Sheehy and Mr. Phillips, that maybe it be broken into paragraphs like our agenda is, so it'd be easier to read. Do you have any comment on that?
Vice Chair Schaefer, thank you for your comments. We will see what we can do about informing the public. Generally speaking, with regards to rulemaking, because this is a public comment on rulemaking, that's a little bit of an exception. That's why we encourage people to submit their comments in writing for purposes of being clear and us to be able to respond and integrate their comments if necessary or if appropriate to the rule itself, either through changes to the rules or through guidance, which we are doing for many of the comments that have been submitted. But we will take your comments into consideration and appropriately notify the public about them. Thank you.
Thank you, and it should be noted that each of the members has a two-page written statement of the comments of Mr. Tom Sheehy, so we could read along with our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I see Ms. Stowers. Go ahead. I see your hand. Go ahead, Ms. Stowers.
Thank you, Chairman Vasquez. To Chief Counsel Nigel, is it appropriate to respond to Mr. Sheehy's comment? And I ask that question because Mr. Sheehy and the California Loan Corporation has expressed concerns repeatedly regarding the parent-child exclusion in the form with suggestions that it should be modified. And if it's appropriate, I would like to hear from staff on the efforts and steps that they have taken to look at the form and what staff and the California Assessors Association have concluded with respect to the form.
Thank you, Deputy Controller Stowers. I will direct that question over to Mr. Moon, since Mr. Moon is kind of heading up our rulemaking process at this point. Mr. Moon, can you answer Deputy Controller Stowers' question?
Yes, this is Richard Moon. We're happy to answer any questions that the board members raise that are raised by comments that are made. And with respect to this particular comment, Mr. Sheehy's comments regarding the form and regarding the issue that raises concerns, he had raised these concerns a couple years ago in 2019 or 2018, at least. That's when we became aware of it. And when we had become aware of it, we had, along with the CAA Forms Subcommittee, discussed this issue. And then also at the May 2019 board meeting, this issue was raised. And then again, at the January 2020, the Forms Subcommittee at the CAA, which includes some of our staff as well, had looked at this issue again. And what they had decided was that this change in the form, and at that time for the old Prop 58-193 form, would make the form more cumbersome and confusing for most taxpayers, because the issue that they're concerned about does not affect most taxpayers. And so the suggested revisions were not incorporated into the parent-child exclusion form. And for those same reasons, those suggested revisions were not included in the new intergenerational transfer exclusion form.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation. I knew the explanation, but I just wanted to get it on the record so that the public realized that we have investigated, we've done our due diligence, and have decided not to adopt the changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from any of the members? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Taylor, you said we've actually read anything that was written, and it sounds like there's nobody else on the line willing to comment on this, correct?
Yes.
Well, with that, members, I will go ahead and close this public hearing and now have this item before us. If there's any member willing to make a motion to support the staff recommendation here.
Deputy Controller Stowers here.
Yes.
I move that we adopt property tax rule 462.520 exclusion for change of ownership and intergenerational transfer.
Vice Chair Schaefer, second set.
All right, it's been moved by Ms. Stowers and second by our vice chair. If there's no other hands or comments or questions, can we have a roll call, Ms. Taylor?
Certainly. Chairman Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Cohen,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call our next item.
The next item is J1, Administrative Consent Agenda, adoption of a board resolution honoring David Ginsburg, Deputy County Assessor, Santa Clara County. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626.
Thank you. With that, I have some comments and questions, or actually just congratulatorial comments, but let me ask Ms. Cohen, because this individual happens to be in your district. Member Cohen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving me just an opportunity. David Ginsburg is someone actually who I will remember fondly. He has been a healthy person who has brought healthy discussion. He's been very thoughtful in his discussion, and I really am shocked to learn that he is retiring, but want to say congratulations to him as he transitions on to a second stage in his professional life. You can always count on David to be thoughtful. You can count on him to be a person that would challenge you, challenge assumptions. And I think through that challenge, you made the Board of Equalization a more thoughtful agency, certainly made me a more thoughtful and responsive elected official. So David and then his boss, the assessor for Santa Clara County, have done a tremendous job working in this space of property tax and partnering with the Board of Equalization. So he will be missed. And I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to acknowledge his significant contributions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, I had the opportunity to work with David, and to me, I didn't realize he was retirement age. I thought to me, he looked kind of young still, but I'll definitely congratulate him. And I'm actually jealous, but I really appreciated the time and energy he's put into several of our little subcommittees, especially at these conferences when we've attended, or I've attended the assessors conferences, to have a chance to interact, and then just on a couple other working task groups with him. He has certainly earned the respect of this board, as well as your colleagues with the Santa Clara County Assessor's Office. Your dedication to serving the people of this great state of California, along with our many contributions and accomplishments, have certainly made a difference throughout your career. I'm truly grateful and honored to be here today to wish you, on behalf of the board as chair and of the people of California, the very best in your retirement. I wish you all the best. And I think, oh, Ms. Stowers, I see a couple hands. Ms. Stowers, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. Oh, David, congratulations on your retirement. You have been a complete and positive, outstanding source of energy for Santa Clara County Assessor and for myself. I recall meeting you on the outside in 2008 when I first started working with Controller Yee, but really we established our business relationship in 2015 when I became the Deputy Controller. And I just want to thank you for all of your advice and look forward to seeing what you do next. Controller Yee also thanks you, and stay in contact with us. Congratulations.
Thank you. Member Gaines, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you very much. I too wanted to join in the congratulations, the retirement of David Ginsburg and thank him for all of his efforts. I had a conversation with our own David Young at the BOE, and he expressed how critical Mr. Ginsburg was in the many meetings that they've had over the years and helping form policy for the BOE. So just want to join in and congratulate him on a well-earned retirement and hope that the next chapter in his life is a great one. So thank you.
With that, let me ask Ms. Taylor, do we have anybody on the line that wishes to make a public comment on this item?
I don't know if Mr. Stone is on the line.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Oh,
And thank you to the
welcome.
board, and thank you. And thank you to the board and members who have made comments. You know, David has made a significant contribution to me and to the Santa Clara County Assessor's Office, and it's been monumental. And he leaves behind a tremendous legacy, not only to the office, but to the California, Assessors Association, who acknowledged him. He's getting acknowledgments from places where the deputy assessor or somebody who is not the assessor normally doesn't get the kind of commendations that David has received. Earned every bit of it. So thank you very much. I know he appreciates it. I think he's on the line here as well, because he deserves everything that he's received. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to you. You did such a fine job in working with him. At one point I thought he was an assessor himself, but with that,
I appreciate that.
no, that's because of you. You did a real good job of working with him. I understand our president, Ernie Dronenberg, might be on the line as well.
Good morning, board. Thank you very much. I just wanted to let you know that the association is very, very proud of David, and he has done an outstanding job, and we've recognized him, and we're going to continue to recognize him at our next meeting coming up in a week, and hope to see all of you there. But David's done an outstanding job, and we appreciate the fact that you are acknowledging what he's done today, because he's been a very big asset to not only our organization, but to your organization also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, is there anybody else on the line that wishes to make a public comment?
I believe there's someone on the AT&T line. AT&T
Okay.
Moderator, can you let us know if there was someone on the line who'd like to make a public comment?
There is Wendell Phillips who would like to make a comment. Mr. Phillips, your line is now open.
Hello, board. My name's Wendell Phillips, and I did submit through the website a statement. And sorry if it got a little wordy. I do understand filling these out can be hard to make very succinct. So I guess my issue is that I've lived in Sonoma County 35 years, lived in my previous residence 24 years in Roanoke Park. And I guess a little background on me is I have my real estate license. I've never been broker affiliated, so I don't actively buy or sell homes. And I also work for the Sonoma Superior Court as a computer programmer. So I get the how you guys want to do the limitation on the input box. So, but to be short, my wife and I are kind of the classic example of why Prop 19 would pass or did pass. I certainly voted for it, but because we lived in our house 24 years and we've been looking to move, and we could never do the Proposition 60 because even to downsize in Sonoma County, would still be an increase in value and base value, you know, no matter what we bought, it seemed like, unless we like super downsized, but we weren't willing to do that. So we were excited when Prop 19 passed because I thought, you know, being a real estate guy, I would get all these emails from my continuing education courses first Tuesday, and you know, they would give details about, you know, what it was about. Like you could do three transfers, you know, lifetime, and house price increase didn't matter anymore, and you know, things like that were changes from Prop 60. And so I was like, yeah, this is it. This is the time to do it. So, you know, Prop 19 passed. We sold our house on golf course. It recorded probably about 3-4 weeks after the Prop 19 passed, and then we bought another house in Roanoke Park, a very, very modest increase in value about a month later. And lo and behold, when I went to do my base value transfer here at the Sonoma County Assessor's Office, it was denied, and the reason it was denied was because one leg of the transaction did not occur after April 1st, which completely caught me off guard by surprise, because even though I thought I was pretty well versed in what it was all about, I had never heard of that requirement for the Prop 19, and so I was, you know, that's when I started doing more investigating, and that's how Kyrene Gonzalez at the Assessor Appeals Office led me to this meeting and the Board of Equalization website, where I started reading more about this, and I contacted a couple of people, and they go, yeah, you know, that's part of the law. So, I mean, I get that, and certainly I get that because I work for the court, not as anything legal, but as a programmer. So my point is, I just...
Mr. Phillips, your 3 minutes are up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I just feel deceived that of all the things after it passes, this one issue will prevent me from transferring my base value.
Vice Chair Schaefer
That's all I
here.
have.
Yes, Vice Chair Schaefer, go ahead.
Chair Vasquez, I want Mr. Phillips to know that we all have a written copy of his very fine comments before us, which I've read. I would like to see the appropriate assessor have the discretion to make adjustments for good cause with reporting on what he does to our office, so we're aware that it's all done in a limited way, affecting those who obviously are acting in good faith, because in our business, there's a lot of room for misunderstanding, and I don't think any of us want anyone to be unduly penalized. So count me in favor of empowering the assessors to grant appropriate relief, which I would support. Thank you.
Oh my
Thank
God,
you. Member
thank you.
Gaines, I see your hand.
Yes, I'm in agreement with regards to the issue of Mr. Phillips. I can't help but, Mr. Phillips, sorry. Can't help but imagine there's probably other scenarios that are similar to this that have occurred statewide. And if, just as Member Schaefer was saying, if people are working in good faith with a complicated law, I'm hoping that we'll be able to provide some relief for them. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor.
Members, Chairman Vasquez and members.
Yes, go ahead,
Brenda Fleming, Executive Director. We greatly appreciate the taxpayers' comments, and our taxpayer rights advocate, Ms. Thompson, will reach out to the taxpayer.
Thank you.
We have his criteria, and we will make contact with him. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor, just to kind of bring closure back to our, actually our honoring of David Ginsburg, was there any other public comments on that before we close that out?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just...
Member Gaines, go ahead.
Wondering if Mr. Ginsburg would like to make any comments.
I was going to ask him, I was
Oh,
just
sorry.
checking if there was any other
Oh,
public.
sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I understand he's on the line somewhere. Is Mr. Ginsburg available? AT&T or Ms. Taylor, are we able to identify him?
No, we are not. He's not on, in the queue.
Okay. Well, with that, unless there's any other comments or questions, I will be attending their conference coming up, and I understand he'll be there, so I will be able to congratulate him in person. I mean, it's a shame that we're still doing this remotely, but this is the best we can do it given our situation these days. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call our next item.
Sir, I believe we do need to adopt the resolution.
Oh, I was going to ask you, I know there's a resolution out there. Do we need to officially vote on that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
This is Vice Chair Schaefer.
Vice Chair Schaefer, yes.
I just want to congratulate Mr. Ginsburg on his retirement, and I've been very impressed with what he's done for his career with the state. I was looking him up online, and there's another David Ginsburg that passed at 98, so that's not him, but I know that our David Ginsburg has got many long years to serve, and I'm proud to have been with him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Controller Stowers here.
Yes, Ms. Stowers.
I move to adopt the resolution honoring David Ginsburg.
It's been so moved, and I would go ahead and second that. Seeing no other comments or questions, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Cohen,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Thank you, members. And with that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the next item.
The next item is J2, Administrative Consent Agenda, Adoption of the Board Meeting Minutes for June 29th, 2021. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626.
Members, do we have any comments, questions, corrections on our minutes of June 29th, 2021? Seeing and hearing none, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
Motion to approve?
It's been moved by Member Gaines.
Second.
It's been seconded by
By
Member
Cohen.
Cohen. Seeing no other hands or questions, Ms. Taylor, if you please call the roll. Oh, sorry.
Chairman Vasquez,
You know what? Do we have any
seek
public comment on this before? Yes, I'm sorry.
AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there's anyone who wants to make a public comment on the board meeting minutes for June 29th? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes. For the record, the caller may provide their name.
Thank you. If you would like to make a comment, please press 10 at this time. 1 and then 0. There are no comments at this point.
Okay, hearing no other comments, then members, the motion was made by myself, the chair, and second by Member Cohen. Ms. Taylor, if you please call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Cohen,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Thank you, members. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you please call our next item.
The next item is K1A, Executive Director's Report, Organizational Update, Report on the status of pending and upcoming organizational issues. This matter will be presented by Ms. Fleming.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. I'm Brenda Fleming, Executive Director. Today's report will provide updates on our priorities and significant accomplishments since last month's meeting. The executive team, of course, will report on the operational activities and projects in their respective areas of responsibility. First, members, for item K1A on the organizational update, I'd like to highlight first the upcoming 2021 Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing set for the August 24th, 2021 board meeting. The hearing provides an opportunity for taxpayers, county assessors, and other stakeholders to provide comments on items discussed in the most recent Taxpayer Rights Advocates Annual Report, as well as present ideas, concerns, and input on the quality of agency services related to the State Board of Equalization's administration of its tax programs. Ms. Thompson has been working with Mr. Kim on a comprehensive strategy aimed at reaching the broadest range of stakeholders and taxpayers. Ms. Thompson will be providing more information on this item in her upcoming presentation today. Members, as you know, my comments from last month, as the second item, we are preparing to resume our in-person public meetings at 450 N Street, and the timeframe for that is October of this year. However, based on recent increases in positive COVID-19 cases, we will continue to monitor and adjust accordingly, and of course, members, I will keep you informed. Members, on the next item, we, over the last few months, as you know, have issued a number of board assignments to the executive director and staff. We continue, members, to work on these projects, and we really appreciate your patience as we work through that good work. Today, we'll continue to report out on two of the items on the list. First will be a review of the welfare exemption program as it relates to low-income housing, and the second one will be a COVID-19 impact on property tax deadlines. Staff continue to make good progress on these projects, and the remaining assignments will be scheduled for presentation to you, some at the August board meeting and then upcoming future meetings. Members, if I may, moving on to K1B, which is the extension of time to complete the local assessment role. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 616 requires county assessors to annually complete their local assessment rolls by July 1. Section 155 provides that the board or its executive director may extend by 30 days the deadline for any official act by the assessor. In the case of public calamity, the deadline may be extended by 40 days. Section 155 also requires that the executive director inform the board of any such extension at its next regular meeting. This report, members, is to inform you that the Calaveras, Imperial, and Shasta County assessors have requested and been granted a 30-day extension for completing their 2021 local assessment roll. Members, if there's no questions or comments, I'll proceed to K1C. K1C, members, is a report on options for COVID-19 impact on property tax deadlines. As you know, Board Member Cohen presented at the beginning of the April board meeting an L item, and over the past several months, the board has been having discussions regarding relief for those impacted by COVID-19. At last month's board meeting, the board directed the executive director to review existing constitutional and statutory property tax deadlines impacted by COVID-19 and asked that we provide recommendations for the board's consideration. Today, Mr. Moon and Mr. Young will join me for this part of the presentation and the discussion. Our discussion is regarding paths to offer some relief to those impacted by COVID-19, and our goal there is to provide the board flexibility to act more efficiently and more timely in the event of future governor-proclaimed emergencies. If I may, to provide some background. During the COVID-19 pandemic and the related restrictions from the governor's stay-at-home orders, the ability of county assessors, assessment appeals boards, and taxpayers to meet certain property tax deadlines was a primary concern. For example, members, one issue, and if you may recall this raised, was that some taxpayers were unable to timely file their business property statements as required by RTC Section 441. The board was asked if they could extend the deadline to avoid penalty for late filing. However, RTC Section 155 only authorizes the board to extend the deadline for up to 30 days, and as I mentioned earlier, 40 days in the case of public calamity for any act by the county assessor or county board. It does not, however, members, include acts by taxpayers. Additionally, if you recall, Government Code Section 15620 authorizes the board to extend any deadlines for reports that must be filed with the board up to 30 days, but makes no provisions, members, for extra time in case of a governor-proclaimed emergency. As another example, some taxpayers who became before the board seeking relief from the 2-year deadline to complete a base year value transfer available for seniors, disabled persons, and victims of wildfires. The California Constitution states that the replacement property must be purchased or newly constructed within 2 years of the sale of the original home, members, as you know. Some taxpayers, however, have had difficulty either building their replacement homes or purchasing a replacement home due to the COVID-19 restrictions. Members, based on existing laws, the State Board of Equalization was limited in the relief it could provide. Accordingly, the board and its stakeholders require governor's executive orders to grant relief to meet certain deadlines and are unable to provide relief for others. This raises and raised at the time and does now the important question: should there be another monumental disaster, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, what is, members, the most efficient governmental response needed to provide effective relief? That is the question before us today. For the BOE to have the authority to provide relief to the taxpayers in the case of a similar pandemic or emergency, statutory changes would be required, and in the case of the latter example stated above, amendments would be required to the California Constitution. The issue paper attached to today's PAN, members, has presented 2 alternatives for your consideration today. Just to review, alternative 1 is to seek statutory amendments to grant the board greater flexibility to extend certain property tax deadlines. The second alternative, members, would be a legislative constitutional amendment to extend deadlines related to base year value transfers to provide relief for those impacted by COVID-19 and also in the instance of future emergencies. These alternatives are, as I noted before, outlined in more detail in the issue paper that has been provided to you and is attached as a part of today's agenda. So it's on our website, on our PAN. The opportunity exists for the board members for you to work with other state leaders, particularly the legislature and the governor, to advocate for taxpayers and other stakeholders who are challenged with meeting property tax deadlines during the COVID-19 pandemic and need relief. The recommended alternatives can be pursued as conjoined paths to legislative actions that would grant the board and assessors more flexibility and more flexible authority to extend certain property tax deadlines during this pandemic and potentially for future statewide emergencies. Members, I'll open this up to you for discussion as we can get into some Q&A with you, but this is a great opportunity, members, for some of your continued leadership in this area. As you recall, when the COVID-19 pandemic started, throughout the duration of this issue, we've been talking about lessons learned and always looking for greater ways to more effectively administer our tax programs, to modernize what we're doing, but more importantly, members, as U.S. constitutional officers and leaders of the state, to help with giving some relief. And so this is an opportunity, as requested by Member Cohen at the April board meeting and continual discussions over the last couple of months. So staff and I, Mr. Moon and Mr. Young and I are available to answer questions and engage in discussions and get your insight as to how you'd like to proceed. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to you and the board.
Thank you. I see Member Vice Chair Schaefer, did you have a question or comment?
Yes, I did have a comment. Thank you. You know, I've always been confused by the law giving the executive director in normal ordinary times the power to give 30 days extension. And then if we're in a public calamity, you know, which is tidal waves or you name it, we just increase that slightly from 30 days to 40 days. I think that's an insult to the executive director's rightful discretion. I would like to see in normal times 30 days. If there's a public calamity, maybe 100 days or at least 60 days. If she had the 100 days, maybe she decides that only 10 or 20 days is warranted. I think these discretions, we should be able to trust the executive director. And we don't want to send any taxpayers to the governor's office to get executive orders. The governor's got enough to take care of. We are the governor, as far as I'm concerned, over property matters, and it should be something we could work out. It'd be of greater service to the state. So I would favor whatever alternatives will give a little more discretion or a lot more discretion to our executive director, knowing that he or she is accountable to us. And, you know, I put great trust and confidence in the ability of myself and my colleagues to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from any of the members? Because I believe our president, oh, Member Cohen, go ahead. I think you're muted though.
I am muted. I'm toggling between screens and trying to get my mouse over. So I just want to thank the executive director, Mr. David Young, for the property tax staff for providing the analysis and the possible actions that the board could take in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and all future possible actions. I still would like to see an analysis and proposal on how to respond to the situation faced by taxpayers impacted by the shutdown, particularly those that were over 55 of age and were not able to complete their base year transfers to new property. A little bit, we heard a little indication of that from the caller that called in earlier from Sonoma County. So I think that this is actually a real challenge that deserves attention, and we all know that the governor's executive order that he issued on March 13th for people to stay at home really impacted people's lives and the ability for them to complete their base year transfers within the constitutionally mandated 2-year period. So what I would still like to see is, I would still like to receive a report from the Board of Equalization staff on their suggestions regarding the narrowly targeted constitutional amendment to provide relief for taxpayers who are impacted by the COVID-19. And, you know, quite honestly, such relief could include a constitutional amendment to extend the time for individuals to complete their paperwork, their base year transfer paperwork, to a time that the legislature deems, you know, acceptable, maybe 1 year plus, I don't know. I just trust the executive director to go and her staff to be able to provide some thoughts on this on the next upcoming meeting. So for clarity, I'd just like to make the following motion. That the board direct the executive director to report at its upcoming meeting some language that would narrowly target the constitutional amendment.
Second.
Member Gaines has got a second and he's got his hand up. Did you want to comment on the motion or you had other comments as well?
I wanted to echo what Member Cohen said, really. We want to try to provide as much relief as we can in a reasonable manner for taxpayers as a result of COVID-19. And also on this Prop 19 issue, you know, a lot of people got caught flat-footed. So I am in support of making sure that people have time to do the necessary paperwork, and so support both aspects of her motion. Thank you.
If I may, I also just want to add that that the Board of Equalization, they have issued a paper. That's what they presented today, and that's what's before us today. And the board doesn't currently have the power under the Revenue and Tax Code, Section 155, to extend the deadline for which taxpayers must file their property statements and their applications for. Forgive me for looking this way. My notes are on this screen over here. So the board should have the power to grant such extensions in response to public calamities. And I believe that the board should also have time under the Revenue Tax Code, Section 15620, to extend time beyond 30 days for persons to file reports. So the issue really is about, the issue that's being presented here today is about linking together and providing us with an opportunity to take a leadership role in providing relief for taxpayers. And we need to provide that pathway to a comprehensive solution that will benefit taxpayers. So I would like to ask that my colleagues join me in supporting a motion that the board staff proceed with drafting statutory changes proposed in the issue paper, and also to draft a narrowly drawn constitutional amendment to provide relief to taxpayers who were prevented from transferring their base year property values to new properties during the COVID-19. So the motion that I initially proposed that Senator Gaines graciously seconded, I'd like to withdraw that, Senator Gaines, and have a new one. I think it's a cleaner, tighter one of what I'm specifically looking to do. So I'd like to withdraw that, Mr. Chair, if that's possible. So my motion is that, again, the board direct.
Member Gaines will withdraw the second.
Yes.
So
all right, so let's go back. So now what's the new motion?
So this new motion it's just language to include statutory amendments to Revenue Tax and Code Sections 155 and 1562. And this also will state that the board staff draft language to narrowly drawn legislatively referred constitutional amendment to Section 2 and 2.1 of Article 13A of the Constitution. And again, this is to provide relief to taxpayers who were impacted by the pandemic and the stay-at-home order. And this is an impact that has prevented them from transferring their base year property values.
Yes.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, so that was moved and second. Ms. Stowers, were you going to make a comment on the motion or something separate?
Comment on the motion, please.
Sure, go ahead.
I understand and agree with Member Cohen that, during the pandemic, many taxpayers were struggling, and with the stay-at-home order, it was difficult to take care of our business, whether it was property tax or income tax or sales tax. Fortunately, the Franchise Tax Board and the California Department of Tax and Fee had the administrative power to make some changes with respect to filing deadlines and taxes, payments, and penalties. When it came to property tax, we painfully saw that we had limited authority. The tax collectors, tax treasurers, they have existing authority to waive penalties at their discretion, but they saw that it was not enough, and they had to seek an executive order that allowed them to waive more due to the stay-at-home order. And then on top of that, as time moved on and the executive order expired, they found it necessary to expand on that so that the tax collectors and treasurers were able to continue to waive penalties if an individual taxpayer could not make timely, I think it was the April 2020 tax payment, property tax payment. So there has been some relief provided. And I agree that there is still a need for additional relief. With respect to deadlines that the taxpayers have to follow, and as outlined in the memo that staff prepared focused on the property tax statement filing, assessment appeal boards, application for exclusion of change of ownership. Those are extremely important, and they have their separate deadlines under a separate statute outside of 155. And those programs are administered locally by the county assessors and are the assessment appeal boards. So I think that if there's any change in law with respect to taxpayer acts, we need to partner with our local government agency partners, California assessors and assessment appeal boards, to see what they're seeking and co-sponsor legislation if that is the desire. I don't think it's appropriate for the BOE and the BOE alone to have the authority to extend these deadlines for the taxpayers. As much as I think we all would like to provide support to taxpayers, I just believe that we need to work in partnership.
And for what reason do you believe that? What reason do you think that the BOE doesn't have the authority to provide legislative language? I mean, that's part of the democratic process. We draft language, we introduce it, and we collectively move forward. So
no, I'm not saying the BOE, any elected official or the BOE as a whole may provide language. Absolutely. I don't think it's appropriate for the BOE to have the authority to extend a taxpayer filing deadline when that particular deadline is not administered by the BOE. Let's say if we were looking to extend the property tax filing deadline, those statements are filed with the county assessors, and the county assessors have their own workload, and they should be part of the conversation of if there should be hopefully we won't have another state of emergency, but we probably will. So if something like this was to happen again, we need to work in partnership with the county assessors. That's all I'm saying. So to go to Revenue Taxation Code 155 and give BOE the sole authority to extend deadlines, it kind of raises a red flag for me. I just believe that it should be done in partnership with those organizations, those local government agencies that's responsible for administering that program, on top of BOE's oversight of the program, but they are administering it. And the local governments,
not quite sure.
are the one looking for, that's responsible for collecting that revenue.
Okay, I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree on this one. I don't see how I think what you're saying is that we're overstepping and interfering. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that we should work in partnership with them.
Of course, we work in partnership with everyone. I mean, that's, I think, a given, and I don't think it needs to be stated every single time we try to move to take action. The legislature moves, and it's a given, and it's understood that they're going to be working with in partnership with folks. Everything that the Board of Equalization has done, certainly in the last 3 years, has been in conjunction with the assessors. And you can talk to the assessors and they will affirm that this is a healthy certainly a healthy working relationship. Our constitutional mandate is to protect the interests of taxpayers. And I believe that we need to go seek some relief for taxpayers. There are taxpayers that were unduly wounded because of the pandemic. And what I'm proposing here is a modicum. It's very mild, a mild remedy to helping relieve some of the stress that pandemic caused. And this is just extending a deadline, and it's not a huge overreach of power. It's like nothing. So I hear you. I think that I see it differently, and love to hear if there are other thoughts or feelings associated with the motion. If it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. It's okay. But I just really want to get on the record of being a fierce advocate for trying to protect taxpayers' interests, particularly those that are affected by the base year transfer.
Duly noted, but if I can continue, I do think that I will say it again, work in partnership with our partners, our stakeholders. If there's any change to taxpayer deadlines, property tax statements, exclusion of ownership, I would say that I don't support doing it under RTC 155. You need to go to the underlying code section that provides the deadline, like RTC 441. And maybe I'm just getting a little bit too detailed and you're looking at the more global, but to say the BOE can extend taxpayer deadlines under 155 could be, could create problems if you don't look to the actual statute. With respect to the other part of your motion, as far as the constitutional amendment, as far as base year transfers, absolutely, there's been problems with Prop 19 and the misunderstanding on what was going on, the very quick effective date. So many taxpayers were blindsided, and like Mr. Phillips testified, that his first leg of the transaction was before the April 1st date, so he doesn't qualify. That is definitely a problem. I don't know if individual board members can go out and draft language to change the Constitution and then lobby for someone at the legislature to carry it, or is that something that the board as a whole can take a position on? I think that if the board as a whole adopted it and then it'll fall back on staff to write the language, it might create some problems because of the administrative role that we do play in that. I do see that a member or two could draft language and from there go back to staff for technical advice. But I don't know about the appropriateness of staff drafting the language, and I would defer to the executive director and legal counsel on that matter.
Well, let me do this.
That's all I have.
understand we have our president from the assessors here, Ernie Dronenberg. If we can get him on the line and get his thoughts, and then we'll continue our conversation and discussion on the motion. Is Ernie, is the president available?
Yes, I'm on the line. Thank you very much for including me in this discussion. Brenda had sent me a copy of the document and I reviewed it, but I didn't have a chance to get it to my committee, and we'll look at it when we're in session next week in Tahoe. Just some thoughts as an individual, not as the association, but as an individual. I looked at what happened during this crisis, and it reminded me of a slow motion movie where you really didn't know what was going to happen. I think the board should have the authority to make this, not the executive director. The board, constitutional officers, and emergency should have the authority. We shouldn't burden the governor with things like this, which are very obvious to your dealings on a daily basis. And I respectfully say that I think this board has looked to the assessors constantly for our thoughts and advice and has taken it. And I think that if you propose any bill, we will be there in the legislature. First, we will talk to you, and we're usually part of the discussions of making the bill, but we'll be there in the legislature to comment on anything we disagree with if we haven't resolved it at your level. So I think that the process has enough checks and balances in it that we will come out with something good, but we've got to streamline it. We can't be waiting 6 months for the governor to get something and decide to do something when people are making decisions on a constant basis that this board, constitutional officers, should have the right to make in these kinds of situations. So I would encourage you to go ahead and start the process with approving the motion so that we can start to build what is going to be a bill that will be a benefit to all of us, and especially to the taxpayers, because they'll have some guidance. That's what we learned over and over again during the last process, is that people weren't looking for they were just looking for guidance. And that's what you guys can deliver fast and confidently, I think.
I appreciate it, and I agree. With that, Member Cohen, if you could do me a favor and kind of surmise it a little bit, because I think we're on the right track here. I just want to make sure we're clear on the motion that we're voting on, because I do feel that I think we have the power, and I guess until we exercise it, we don't know. So, I support it, and I think we should move forward, because at the end of the day, we saw what happened when we were trying to do it through the governor and the legislator. It just takes too long. And I think as constitutional officers, I think it's our duty and our responsibility to show some leadership and move it. But let me go back and make sure we're clear on the motion, Member Cohen. And then I see a hand from Member Gaines after.
Okay, so I'm happy to restate. I'm also happy to do this in partnership with staff. I mean, this is not, the more the merrier, really, is where I stand on the issue. Let me see if I can summarize this for everyone.
Well, Member Cohen, now that you mentioned that, then maybe, are you comfortable if, it sounds like staff has got a drift of where we're going with this. Are you comfortable to sending it back to them and then have them come with us at our next meeting? And then we could actually, I'd hate to wait a month though, but.
I mean, I totally agree with you. We want to review the language as soon as possible. I mean,
I hear you.
We've lost a lot of time.
We have. Well, you know what? Let me hear it from Member Gaines, and then if there's a consensus, maybe we just move on it and allow staff to weigh in on it as we make the motion here.
Yeah, thank
Member
you very
Gaines.
much. Yeah, I still support the motion, but I appreciate the comments by Member Stowers in reference to the tax code. So I would ask that we take a look at the tax code, make sure we're looking in the right area, and before we move forward. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Oh, Member Cohen, what if you modified the motion so it says, instead of, because I think you specifically stated 155, 156, and it may not be in that code, right? To leave it open for staff to make sure we're addressing the right code here.
I believe that the code that I quoted is accurate, but let me check my notes.
I just would hate to get it stalled somewhere, that's all.
I understand. Okay, so my motion is that the staff draft language that includes statutory amendments to revenue and tax code sections 155 and 15620. And also that the Board of Equalization staff draft for a narrowly drawn legislatively referred constitutional amendment to section 2 and 2.1 of Article 13A of the Constitution to provide relief to taxpayers who were prevented from transferring their base year property values to new properties during the pandemic. And there are a whole bunch of lawyers that will review this. They will check to see if there's any errors. They will double check. So this is just the beginning stages of the legislative process. We need to get the ideas down on paper, and then we need to present them, and we need to have someone to sponsor it in the legislature. So this is really just the beginning. I just want to offer you know, my staff's expertise to take the lead on this and drafting this. I'm happy to work with BOE staff, and we've got a tremendous brain trust with Mr. Young and then Mr. Moon. So, you know, maybe board members' offices and the executive director we can work on this collectively, and then produce something in that I can bring it back to the board meeting, and then we can approve it, and then we can continue to talk about how we move forward.
All righty, and I'm assuming that's acceptable by the seconder, Mr. Gaines?
Just a question of clarification. So is this a substitute motion? Because we approved the motion.
No, it's not a substitute motion. I just reiterated the one that was already on the floor.
Okay, all right. And then secondly, I'm wondering if that language could include, in a little broader sense, the tax code, revenue tax code, just in case it's not, you know, if it made sense to go into a different part of the tax code to address the issue, that we'd have the flexibility of doing that.
Yeah, that, like I said, when the legal experts look at this, if it's incorrect, then we will make the corrections. It'll come back to you because I will ask for your support and your vote on it. I guess I just want, you know, at this point, permission to work on it, to come back with some language, and let's.
With that in mind, I second the motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we got a second, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. Any other comments or questions on the motion before we vote on it? Ms. Stowers, go ahead.
I'm going to support the motion. Couple of reasons why. I mean, I know Assessor Drunenberg was speaking for himself. He hasn't had an opportunity to meet with all his members, but I respect what he has to say. And I you know, to you all, it was a problem last year that everyone's hands were tied and no one could move. And I respect the need to have a change in the law so that someone could make a decision. And also, I appreciate that Ms. Cohen is saying that, I think she said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Cohen, that you would definitely provide your leadership and your staff to help draft the language.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and again, so it's not overburdensome on BOE agency staff.
And it sounds like there'll be flexibility as they're drafting the language, you know, and you know, all due respect to staff, they're extremely intelligent individuals. If they feel that 155 is not the proper code section and they want to go down to a different code section, I'm assuming that they're going to provide various alternatives in the language so that when it comes back to the board, we can look at option 1, option 2, option 3, and we can make an informed decision. So, but that's how I'm processing it, and with that, I'm prepared to vote yes on the motion.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments before we vote? Seeing no others, Ms. Taylor, if we can get a roll call vote on this motion.
Chairman Vasquez, can we ask for public comment before the vote?
Sure, let's see if there's anybody on the line.
AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there's anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
Certainly. If you'd like to make a comment, please press 1 and then 0 at this time. That's 1 and then 0. And there are no comments at this point.
Thank you. Ms.
Chair.
Vice Chair Schaefer, yes, go ahead.
Well, I just want to commend Ms. Cohen for making the motion, and I'm glad to see that we've come to a consensus here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, if you'd please call the roll on the motion.
Certainly. Chairman Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Cohen.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Ms. Fleming, I believe you're still on your presentation.
Yes, sir,
if
I
you're
am. So just
Yes.
fundamentally just wanted to thank the board for the really great discussion. I think we understand it. There's, some measures of complexities in it. And as I was listening to your discussion, members, I think I'll work with staff to really just sort of look at the full comprehensive impact and all of the related, the tax codes related to 155 and also the constitutional, and look at it more as a process flow so we can identify where there might be some risk. And then as a part of, and staff, please note this as you're listening to this conversation, so when we see where there might be something that might be complicated or definitely could highlight where the partnerships exist so that we're not remiss in studying that a little bit more. We'll just look at that as a comprehensive process. So in addition to the language that gives us the flexible authority, let's just look at the processes to address, I think, Deputy Controller Stowers' comments in terms of impacts. That way we can determine if we need to provide language that addresses that or if we just do it as a part of, the processes behind the scenes. But I think it was a healthy discussion. I think all of us recognize the lessons learned from this COVID pandemic and the real need to help with taxpayers and give us more timely flexibility. Legislature just recently passed some legislation for even the tax collectors to give flexibilities to relief penalties, et cetera. So we do know that there will be other emergencies, and so to the extent as constitutional officers, we have the flexibility to do our jobs and handle our responsibilities. I think that's a healthy way to do things, and I think it's good government. So I will work with staff to carve this out and definitely will reach out to members as appropriate to just get thoughts. And then we look forward to providing our preliminary thoughts for proposed language at the next board meeting. So I really appreciate the comments. That said, members, again, thank you again for your leadership. And if there's no other questions or comments, the executive management team will now begin their updates for this month's meeting. And again, members, excellent job. I really appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Ms. Taylor.
The next item is K1D1, Executive Director's Report, Operational Priorities and Projects. Report on the status of operational priorities. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. This is Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities and projects since last month. The first item I would like to present is our recruitments. Since last month's report, 6 vacancies have been filled. 4 positions were filled with new hires from the private sector. The 2 remaining positions were filled by experienced internal candidates who accepted promotions into our important section manager roles of principal property tax appraiser. The team continues to make progress on reducing our vacancies. The next item to report is the budget. Assembly Bill 128, the Budget Act of 2021, was approved by the Governor on June 28th and chapered by the Secretary of State on the same day. Key priorities of the 2021-2022 budget include the Governor and the Legislature's $100 billion California Comeback Plan. Some highlights of the plan include strengthening the state's reserves, paying off deferrals and long-term debt retirement debt, funding the largest economic recovery package in state history, additional wildfire prevention funding, the largest rent relief program of over $1 billion, $12 billion to tackle homelessness, and $6 billion to bridge the digital divide. The Budget Act of 2021 shows no change to the Board of Equalization's budget in either funding or positions. Accordingly, our funding remains at $31.8 million and 192.6 positions. Also, effective July 1st, the Personal Leave Program of 2020 ended, and corresponding base pay reductions of approximately 9.23% were removed. Lastly, members, yesterday the Governor and CalHR provided preliminary information regarding COVID-19 vaccine verification and testing requirements for all state employees. We anticipate receiving more detailed information in the coming days. Once we have received confirmed guidance, we will provide an update to you and to staff. Members, this concludes this segment of my report. Before I move on to the Prop 19 implementation report, I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have. So the next item, members, is an overview of the BOE's implementation and action plan for Proposition 19. A high-level implementation plan is attached to today's agenda. This plan identifies activities needed to implement Prop 19 within 7 identified work categories. I'm happy to report that the status of our Prop 19 implementation project is green, which indicates we have no issues or concerns to report. Next, each team leader will provide you with a report on the activities completed to date and additional information regarding the implementation actions for their sections. The first report will be provided by Mr. David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, and Ms. Patty Lumsden, Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division, who will provide you a report on the department's implementation actions, including updates on guidance.
Yes,
Mr. Young.
good morning, everybody. This is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members of the board. I will provide a update on the Property Taxes Department's efforts on implementing Prop 13. Okay. Staff continues much effort in answering inquiries. Inquiries still take up a lot of staff time. We are still getting a fairly steady amount of inquiries from both telephone calls, online, and even on written inquiries. So staff is devoting much effort to getting those inquiries answered in a timely manner. Staff also continues the development of our tracking system. As you will recall, Prop 19 tasked the board with tracking the base year transfers for seniors and disabled persons for a limit of 3 times. Staff continues working with our partners in CDTFA in developing our system to do that. We are looking forward to being able to test the system very soon on that one. Staff is also starting to develop our second letter to assessor, giving additional guidance on the intergenerational transfers. As you will recall, Mr. Moon, in his comments earlier, that there were additional questions raised as part of the promulgating Rule 462.520. The additional questions were best suited for guidance instead of including them in the rule. So we are working on those. Staff is looking to write an LTA similar to the first one we put out on intergenerational transfers, but it will cover some of the additional issues raised. Staff is also continuing our efforts in supporting the development of Rule 462.520. As of last, we were engaged with the Department of Finance in doing some revenue estimates. And lastly, on this effort, if you will recall, during June's board meeting, there was a question asked as to whether we knew how many of these intergenerational transfers have been filed in the state since its operative date of February 16th of 2021. I am happy to report that I was able to poll the top 10 counties in assessment of values in California. I've gotten almost all of the responses back, but the responses are a little bit anomalous. Some of the responses show that they've only received, some counties only have received 2 intergenerational transfer exclusion applications. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that have only single-digit applications filed. We have a county with 16, another county with 49, and one county reported they've granted 15. So let me give you just a little bit of context. For the last 5 years, the average parent-to-child, grandparent-to-grandchild exclusions have averaged about 65,000. So having counties report the receipt of single-digit applications, it's a little, I think we're a little bit early to draw a whole lot of conclusions from those numbers. There could be many reasons why they are so low. It may be an issue with recording. It may be an issue with processing, and it just may be some hesitancy on taxpayers' behalf on applying for this type of exclusion. I think some may actually be looking at possibly the constitutional amendment ACA 9 that basically, if passed, would do away with the intergenerational transfer and restore it back to the old parent-child, grandparent to grandchild exclusions. So there are a number of reasons why I think this may be, but I've asked counties to report what they received from February 16th, the operational date, up to July 21st. So it represents almost about 5 months or so period, and such low numbers is not, it does not quite comport with what we've traditionally seen as a number of applications for this type of exclusion. That should cover the Property Taxes Department's efforts in implementing Prop 19. I'm available for any questions you may have. If not, I will go ahead and forward to the next reportee.
Well, I do see a hand from Member Gaines, and I'm not sure if it's a question for you, Mr. Young, or it might have been for Ms. Renati earlier, but let me ask Member Gaines.
Okay.
Or was that an old hand?
Yeah, no, I did want to make a comment. Thank you, Chair Vasquez. I appreciate it. I just, number one, I wanted to thank Ms. Renati for her efforts with employment and her team, because I know it's a lot of work in the departments too, but to fill 6 open positions, we continue to make progress in bringing our staffing up to 100%. So very much appreciate that, and appreciate Mr. Young's comments also in reference to Prop 19. And I guess I want to zero in a little bit in terms of the delay of people forwarding applications related to Prop 19. Do you think you're thinking that there may be people kind of waiting to see what may happen if there's a change in the law that could provide more tax relief for them? Is that correct, Mr. Young?
That is partial. Yes, that I believe that to be part of the answer. I think probably is a combination of all the above. I understand that the benefits under the intergenerational transfer under Prop 19 is a little narrower than it was prior under parent-child, grandparent-grandchild exclusion, but to go from the average of several, 65,000 to single-digit reports for 5 months is a little bit anomalous. And just for context, the top 10 counties in assessed value, there's 58 counties, but the top 10 represent almost 3/4 of the assessment roll. So they're a pretty good indicator. I've polled 10, all 10. I've gotten responses back from 7, and I actually have 1 extra response from a different county that's not in the top 10. So they're it's a fairly decent representative sample size for the whole county, for the whole state.
Yeah, it'd be nice to provide some sort of relief for folks with that intergenerational transfer to children and grandchildren. And obviously, we've heard a lot of comment on this board over several months with regard to that, and there seem to be some efforts in the legislature with ACA 9, and then I think Senator Bates also had a bill, but I think that turned into a 2-year bill, I believe. I'm not sure, but yeah, thank you for highlighting that. I appreciate it, and continue to support that effort. Anything that we can do to provide relief for taxpayers would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young, I had just a quick question for you. In regards to the Prop 19 tracking system, what system or process is used to track such cases? I'm just looking at this is such a big endeavor, and I'm wondering if we got a good handle on this from the beginning. I'm just worried about some of these cases possibly falling, through the cracks here, specifically those involved with multiple inter-county transfers.
Yes, I thank you very much for the question. We're working on actually a computer system upgrade. We have a system currently. We do track the old transfers, the 6090 110s. So there is a system that tracks them. It has the assessors reporting quarterly to us. We actually put it in a database, and we run a program that goes and identifies duplicates, and then we report it back to the counties. So an expansion of that system is kind of what we're looking at right now. So we will leave that 6090 system in parallel, and we'll develop a new system or augment the old one so we can track Prop 19, the 3-time exclusion. So we're making sure that we are gathering the right material, that we're working with assessors in requesting that data, and we're working on a way to basically report that data when somebody's hit their limits. So it is a automated system. We hope to have it basically up and running and testable in the very near future.
Thank you. Members, do we have any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Ms. Taylor, do we have any comments or written comments or any questions from any of the sessions who wish to speak on this?
Chairman Vasquez, we do not have any comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll send it back to Mr. Young. Were you finished, or were you going to introduce somebody else?
No, I am complete with my report on the property taxes efforts in implementing Prop 19. I believe next up is either Mr. Nandro or Mr. Moon for the legal department. So I turn it back to you then.
Thank you. Ms. Renati? I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is Lisa Renati.
Yes.
The next report will be provided by Chief Counsel Henry Nanjo and Tax Counsel Richard Moon, who will provide a report on the legal department's implementation actions.
Thank you, Lisa. This is Henry Nanjo, Chief Counsel of BOE's Legal Department, here with Richard Moon. Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members of the board. The legal department is continuing to provide legal support to our other departments and working diligently on the board's 2 Prop 19 related rulemaking efforts. As far as inquiries from the public, stakeholders, and assessors' offices, those are still coming in, and legal is continuing to provide guidance in those areas. At this time, I'll provide an overview of the status of each of the 2 Proposition 19 rulemaking efforts. As you know, earlier today, and I thank the board approved Rule 462.520, exclusion from change in ownership intergenerational transfers. The public meeting was completed earlier today on the proposed rule, and now with the board's authorization, staff is moving to finalize the rule as drafted. Consistent with the board's direction, staff will begin preparing the final rulemaking package for submission to the Office of Administrative Law and continue working with the Department of Finance to get their approval, and then hopefully move very expeditiously to finalization of the rule. As to Rule 462.540, exclusion from change in ownership base year value transfers, at the board's meeting in May, the board authorized publication of the new property tax rule 462.540 initiating the formal rulemaking process. Consistent with this authorization, staff has filed the requisite paperwork with both Department of Finance and the Office of Administrative Law. Additionally, staff sent a letter to assessors to interested parties on July 2nd, 2021, with a full copy of the Notice of Proposed Action, rule text, and invitation to provide comment on the rule in writing or by attending the board's public hearing. The public comment period for that rule is open right now and will conclude at the board's August 24th through 25th board meeting with the public hearing on the proposed rule. At this time, legal and property tax staff are working through the public comments as they are received. I appreciate the staff's continued diligence in review and, of course, the continued input of our interested parties and other stakeholders. I particularly want to give my thanks to Richard Moon and the legal team who are supporting him. Richard has done the lion's share of the work in moving these regulations through, and in addition to all his other duties, so I really appreciate that. And with that, that concludes my report. Please let me know if there are any questions for myself or Mr. Moon at this time.
Members, do we have any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll send it back. Did you have Mr. Moon also queued up, Mr. Nadja, or is that it, or you included it?
I included Mr. Moon's report, but if Mr. Moon would like to make any comments, Richard, do you have anything to add?
I don't have any additional comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions the board members might have.
Thank you, Chairman Vasquez.
Thank you. Seeing and hearing none, I will ask Ms. Renati if she would please introduce our next speaker. I believe we're on the 4th sub-item, communications, correct?
Correct, Mr. Vasquez, Chairman Vasquez. The next report will be provided by BOE's Chief Communications Officer, Peter Kim, who will provide a report on the Communications Department implementation actions.
Thank you, Ms. Renati. Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. This is Peter Kim, the agency's Chief Communications Officer. Members, today I'll provide a brief report on the Communications Department's efforts in implementing Proposition 19. I am continuing to closely collaborate with our taxpayers' rights advocate, Lisa Thompson, to explore additional ways in communicating with taxpayers. Along with the rest of the executive management team, we are also closely monitoring pending legislation so any significant changes can be shared with taxpayers. The Proposition 19 webpage is being updated and enhanced to provide the latest information in real time for taxpayers. Since last month, we've updated the webpage, such as adding the LTA on the Notice of Proposed Regulatory Action on Change in Ownership for Base Year Value Transfers, and the Notice of Modification to Text a Proposed Rule regarding the exclusion from change in ownership on intergenerational transfers. As of yesterday, we've received a total of approximately 186,609 unique external visits since November 10, 2020. Since last month's board meeting, that's an additional 12,728 unique external visits. Finally, we are continuing to use our social media channels such as Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to expand our audience and direct followers to the BOE website for the latest updates and resources. This concludes my report, and I am available to answer any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a hand from Member Gaines. Go ahead, Member Gaines.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify with Mr. Kim on the external visits. Was that specific to Prop 19 or is that just to our website?
Thank you, Member Gaines, for that question. To answer your question, yes, it is specific to the Proposition 19 webpage.
Okay, and then you had laid this out for me earlier yesterday, but I'm just thinking for the benefit of our constituents, can you tell me, what's happened since the passage of Prop 19? We got information up on the website, and do you see, it sounded like you said that the number of visits have kind of stabilized, but wasn't it higher right after the initiative passed? I'm just trying to get a sense of proportion.
Yeah, I don't have that specific data in front of me. I do know that last month we've had about 17,000 external unique visits. And so in comparison to this month, which was about 12,728, it's gone down a little bit. But again, I think in terms of the range of visitors, it's been pretty consistent. And so, again, I think it's just a reflection that taxpayers out there are utilizing the information we are providing.
Great, wonderful. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you again for your presentation, Mr. Kim. I just have one quick one. And I know I constantly beat this dead horse, but I know as we're moving forward, and I'm glad to see that we're getting more and more folks, logging in and checking into our webpage. But I know the challenge, and I understand you folks are working diligently on this, specifically as we're talking about other languages, in terms of getting the BOE information out and materials out, specifically on our webpage, to make sure that we're reaching all taxpayers, regardless of their language, on this information. And I just wanted to emphasize that again and see if there's any new updates you want to share with us on just making sure we give as much accessibility to other languages in the state of California.
Chairman Vasquez, thank you for your comments, and I appreciate you raising this important issue. It is definitely a top goal of mine and for the agency, and our hope is that in the near future, we are able to offer the information and materials, like you said, in other languages, so that the crucial information is available to all taxpayers. Hopefully, I could provide more details in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Oh,
here.
Vice Chair Schaefer. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Kim, that figure of 186,000 plus visits to the website, that's about every 200th resident of the state of California. That's an awful lot of people. If somebody wants to see it in Spanish, can they push a button and have it appear in Spanish? I'm not saying we need to be cognizant of 15 different languages like the Registrar of Voters in LA, but I would think English and Spanish should be a given for anything of economic relevance.
Vice Chair Schaefer, thank you for that comment and question. Yeah, I am aware that there are some technology options which would include just a button, as you refer, where it could be translated. The only challenge to that is that sometimes these automatic translating systems that are available online don't specifically or accurately translate certain specific information. And so as the chairman raised, offering information in other languages is definitely a goal of ours, and we'll continue to investigate and see what would be the best path forward for our agency.
Maybe you'd have a little on the English language website, might say aviso, which is announcement in Spanish, and then say in Spanish, any of you seeking a Spanish version of this, please send your email to thus and so, and it will be sent to you. Maybe we could, handle the Spanish, those who can't speak English, we could handle them simply, by just letting it be know it's available in Spanish language. It may be the start of our message. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, duly noted in your recommendation and comments, and I will follow up. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, seeing no other comments or questions, Ms. Renati, I believe we are ready for our fifth subtitle, which I believe is Ms. Thompson, no?
Thank you. Yes, the next report will be provided by the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate, Ms. Lisa Thompson, who will provide a report on the implementation actions of the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office.
Good morning, Chairman and Honorable Board members. I am Lisa Thompson, the agency's Taxpayer Rights Advocate. I'm pleased to report on the Proposition 19 Implementation and Action Plan for the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office continues to monitor progress on implementing legislation for Proposition 19, as well as on property tax rules addressing the different types of exclusions and base year value transfers of Proposition 19. As the rulemaking process continues, we will review and familiarize ourselves with the provisions. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office workload plan is focused on updating its existing taxpayer information sheets on the parent-child transfer exclusion and the grandparent-grandchild exclusion, base year value transfer for seniors, and the base year value transfer for disabled persons. We also are focused on creating a new information sheets on topic areas of Proposition 19 that do not exist, specifically the base year value transfers for disaster victims and family farms. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office also continues to work in collaboration with the Communications Officer on various aspects of Proposition 19 to ensure taxpayers are informed. This concludes my update for the TRA Office Implementation Plan.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions of Ms. Thompson? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Renati, I think we're ready to go on to the sixth item.
The final report will be provided by Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Ms. Lisa Thompson, who will provide a report on implementation actions regarding education and outreach. Ms. Thompson?
Yes, again, I'm Lisa Thompson with their agency's Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm pleased to report on the Proposition 19 Implementation and Action Plan for Education and Outreach. The Education and Outreach Implementation Actions focus on creation of a Proposition 19 fact sheet, presentation material development, and to assess the need for additional educational materials. The Communications Officer and I created a Proposition 19 fact sheet PowerPoint presentation, which has been posted to our website earlier this year. The material covers information on the intergenerational transfer exclusions effective February 16th, and on the base year value transfers for seniors and disabled persons effective April 1st, 2021. The Communications Officer, Peter Kim, and I continue to monitor progress towards statutory provisions and property tax rules. Once these statutes are passed and rules adopted, we will work together to update the Proposition 19 fact sheet and the PowerPoint presentation. Our office has been reviewing guidance issued by our agency's Property Tax Department and feel it provides comprehensive information and is responsive to taxpayers and assessors' needs concerning Proposition 19. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, as well as the Communications Officer, share the goal to ensure that taxpayers have access to as much information as possible about Proposition 19 and that it is easy to understand. Once implementing legislation is in place and rules adopted, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office and Communications Officer will work collaboratively to revise the Proposition 19 fact sheet and PowerPoint presentation. This concludes my update for the Education and Outreach Implementation Plan. I am available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Members, do we have any comments or questions of Ms. Thompson? Seeing and hearing none. I believe, Ms. Renati, that concludes all our sub-items. Let me ask Ms. Taylor if we have anybody on the call or any assessor, or open it up to AT&T to make any public comment.
We do not have any written comments, so we could open up the lines.
Please.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, press 1 then 0 for questions over the phone lines. There is no one in public comment at this time. Please continue.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, you please call the next item.
The next item is K2A, Chief Counsel's Report, Legal Workload Quarterly Report. General discussion on the legal department's workload over the last 3 months. This matter will be presented by Mr. Nanjo.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez and honorable board members. This is Henry Nanjo again, Chief Counsel. I'm pleased to provide the board with a report of the activities of the legal department in the last quarter, which is the second quarter of 2021. As far as the team status for the legal staff goes, the legal staff continues to be augmented, and I'm pleased to welcome Kevin Ignacio as a staff services analyst, which rounds out our support staff team. He joined our team on July 12th, 2021, and we are very happy to have the additional support. In addition, we're in the finalization of one tax counsel recruitment and hope to hear back from the candidate shortly. Unfortunately, we did have a little bit of bad news. An additional tax counsel candidate who I spoke about last month, who was planning to start with us in September, had a change of personal circumstances and will not be able to join us. So we have already taken the opportunity to immediately relist this position, and we will fill it as soon as possible. Additionally, we recently completed interviews on an Attorney 5 position and hope to complete that recruitment shortly. On a telework note, due to COVID-19, the legal department continues to primarily telework in the second quarter of 2021 and in the third quarter of 2021. However, support staff are coming in to support essential activities of disclosure, litigation, and legal communications. With the now 3 support staff that we have, we do have somebody in the office every day to make sure that the mail and any important communications are taken care of swiftly. The legal department continues to provide support for the board, the executive office, the property tax department, and our larger stakeholders throughout our work on a daily basis. As far as the legal department's workload report, Proposition 19 projects, as you know, our attorneys are active in the process of planning and developing guidance and rulemaking to continue to implement Proposition 19. In coordination with the property tax department, 2 letters to assessors, or LTAs, were recently issued. LTA 21/028, Property Tax Rule 462-520, exclusion from change in ownership, intergenerational transfers, public comments have been incorporated in that LTA to clarify the text. In addition, we issued LTA 21/027 on Property Tax Rule 462.540, exclusion from change in ownership, base year value transfers, which is currently in the 45-day comment period and which will end with the scheduled public hearing on the rule, currently scheduled for the August 24th, 25th, 2021 board meeting. As far as our regular workload report, the legal department continues its regular workload. In the second quarter of 2021, we had completed 63 Public Record Act request inquiries, and 0 are currently pending. Requests from the public are expected to come in regularly as usual in the third quarter. As far as administration, support, board proceedings, and the exec department, in the second quarter, we completed 3 of those types of assignments, and there are 5 requests which are currently pending. We continue to expect work in this category to continue in the third quarter as well, and will provide support to the executive office and board proceedings as needed. In the area of publications review, in the second quarter of 2021, we had 28 completed assignments. There are currently 17 pending assignments in process as we speak. In the area of appeals, as you know, we have started our state-assessed appeal season, in which the legal department attorneys play 2 key roles during the state-assessed appeal season. First, I have 2 attorneys who are assigned to assist as appeals attorney and provide the neutral viewpoint of the appeals attorney and provide those services. Then the rest of the attorneys in the legal group are providing support for the state assessed property tax division representation for state assessed appeals. These, for the state assessed appeals attorney, their responsibilities include verifying that petitions are correctly filed, advising board proceedings division on filing and scheduling, researching appeals issues, and preparing for and holding appeals conferences, drafting summary decisions and hearing summaries, and the publication of Section 40 decisions. As to the representation of SAPD in the state assessed appeals, the remaining attorneys in the legal department provide the following responsibilities. They consult with SAPD, they research issues and draft analysis and file documents with the board proceedings division, and prepare for and attend the appeals conferences with state assessed appeals division. In the area of regulations, we've already talked about the Proposition 19 regulations, but there are other regulations that we have continued to process and get finalized. The first is Property Tax Rule 202, allocation of aircraft of certificated air carriers and scheduled air taxi operations. If you may remember, this is the one that, due to the law change, the board passed emergency regulations. We then had to follow up those emergency regulations with permanent regulations, which is what this process I'm speaking about is doing. On May 6th, 2021, the Certificate of Compliance Action was completed and submitted to the Office of Administrative Law. That was approved by the Office of Administrative Law and filed with the Secretary of State on June 16th, 2021. And this regulation became effective upon that filing with the Secretary of State's office, so it is now effective. The board publicized the effective date through, the board either will or will shortly publicize the effective date through an LTA. And I believe Mr. Young referred to that. Property Tax Rule 462-500, change in ownership of real property acquired to replace property taken by governmental action or eminent domain proceedings. That particular rulemaking package was submitted to the Office of Administrative Law on April 22nd, 2021. OAL has approved that and filed with the Secretary of State on June 8th. This regulatory action will become effective on October 1st, 2021. And again, the legal department is coordinating with the property tax department to issue an LTA announcing the effective date. As the board may know, we also filed a number of Section 100 or non-substantive changes to the rules for tax appeal, regulations sections 5216, 5240, 5262, and 5570. The non-substantive changes include fax number and email addresses updates to reflect the move and consolidation of headquarters at the Natomas location. These changes were adopted by the board at the March 23rd, 2021 board meeting, and the Section 100 changes were submitted to OAL, and OAL approved the package, and we filed with the Secretary of State on June 21st. These regulations will become effective on October 1st, and again, the legal department is coordinating with the property tax department to issue an LTA announcing the effective date. The legal department is continuing to review recent statutory changes and other cleanup regulatory work for future regulatory packages, which we will be bringing to the board. In the area of technical advice, in the second quarter of 2021, we had completed 17 email assignments, 8 letters or memos, and 21 completed phone call inquiries with 2 special projects. Currently pending, we have 21 email inquiries, 53 letters or memo requests, 13 phone calls we're responding to, and 3 special projects. In the area of property tax litigation, I am pleased to announce that on the Verizon versus State of Board of Equalization case, which we discussed at the last update and last board meeting, that this was a case, if the board remembers, was pending in front of the California Court of Appeal, 3rd Appellate District. We received a favorable decision for the Board of Equalization in that case, and that decision is an important milestone in a long-standing litigation matter. The underlying consolidated case was originated in 2011, and the appeal was filed with the Court of Appeal in 2016. This case affirms the long-standing board treatment of state assessees during the board's annual state assessment petition process. In brief, the court affirmed that when a petitioner agrees with the State Assessed Properties Division on a joint recommendation of value to the board, the petitioner has not fully exhausted its administrative remedies with respect to the petition, as no amount remains in dispute. And thus, after agreeing to a value before the board, a petitioner cannot then pursue an appeal of the board's determination of value in Superior Court, and this is consistent with Rules for Tax Appeal 5325.4. Notably, the Court of Appeal certified this opinion for publication, and Verizon had until June 16, 2021 to file a petition for rehearing with the Court of Appeals, and until July 12, 2021 to file a petition for review of the decision with the California Supreme Court. No filings were made on or before the applicable dates. Therefore, the Court of Appeals published decision is final. In closing, I want to thank my legal team for their continued support in taking up the challenges of Proposition 19 while simultaneously working on our backlog and putting in extraordinary efforts to keep the legal work of the department going. And with that, I am open for questions.
Any comment? Oh, I see a hand from Member Schaefer, Vice Chair Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, Chair Vasquez. Mr. Nanjo, when I make inquiries by email or letter to my federal representative, Ms. Jacobs, or my county representative, Mr. Fletcher, months go by and I don't get a response. I don't know whether my communication was not received or maybe it was received and mislaid, but I expect within 30 days of it going out for me that something comes back. I'd like to know that these emails, these letters, and these phone calls that you shared with us this morning are somehow tracked so that within 30 days, every one of them gets some kind of response. The response might be is that we're working on this and we'll be back in touch with you, or whatever appropriate response would be, because we represent the taxpayers, not the bureaucracy, and you represent the taxpayers through us, and the taxpayers don't expect the communication they send to government to be ignored. And maybe this is my overreaction because of my total inability to communicate with my congressman or my county supervisor. But I would like to know that anybody writing to a BOE office of any type is going to hear back within 30 days. I think we owe it to them. Could you answer that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Vice Chairman Schaefer, and I'm pleased to state that the policy of the legal department is that we respond at least with an acknowledgement of receipt of any email or letter within 48 hours. That being said, we try very hard to make that requirement. Sometimes it's a little longer than that if my attorneys are working on rushes or support staff is tied up on other priority assignments, but generally our policy is to respond with at least an acknowledgement within 24 or 48 hours at the latest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other comments or questions? The only one I had real quick is just, you mentioned, I know Prop 19 is probably, you're getting a lot of calls. I was curious, what's the percentage? Is it like 20% of the calls come in on Prop 19?
To answer your question, thank you very much for that question, Chairman Vasquez. It's hard to say. A lot of our inquiries on and the reason I answer that way is because a lot of our inquiries on Proposition 19 come through other BOE departments. They either come through the Property Tax Department or through the TRA or other such areas. But generally speaking, I think that at least a large percentage, I would say probably just kind of ballparking from my observation, 30% of our calls have something to do with Proposition 19.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, Ms. Taylor, do you want to, do we have any legal, or I should say any written comments on this, on the legal department's report before we go to AT&T?
Chairman Vasquez, I see Mr. Gaines' hand.
Oh, I don't see him on the screen right now. Oh, Mr. Gaines. You're off camera. Now I got you. But I think you're muted.
How's that?
Now we're good. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to acknowledge the hiring of an additional attorney in the legal department. So I think that is encouraging as we continue to make progress kind of on all fronts of getting up to full speed in terms of staffing. So keep up the great effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gaines.
Ms. Taylor, can we check? You said we have no written comments?
Correct. We do not have any written comments. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter?
If you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1 and then 0 at this time. And there are no comments at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, if you please call the next item.
The next item is K3A, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, Operational Updates, a report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and departmental issues. This matter will be presented by Mr. Young.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. David Young here again with an update for the property tax department. I will start out with the state assessed properties division. Staff has completed their work on the state assessed property tax roll and the private railroad car roll, and both of those will be presented to you later this afternoon by Mr. Jack McCool. Next, our state assessed properties division now shifts their work to the appeals. As of today, we have received 25 appeals, and they are under review now. So I believe some of them are required to be perfected, so the numbers may change a little as we move forward. And I believe we also have 8 more extensions out there, people that have asked, state assessees that have asked for additional time to file their appeals. So right now, tentatively, the number is at 33 appeals, and we will update the board as that moves forward and see how many of those extensions come in. Next, I will shift to our County Assessed Properties Division. Work continues on the Community Land Trust project. We are getting really close to completion on that project. We are doing the last of our drafting on that, but we are really close. As you will recall, the Community Land Trust project was started about a couple years back, and it has to do with the assessment and evaluation of property of low-income housing, affordable housing built on community land trust land. I also wanted to give you an update on our letters to assessors. Since our last meeting in June, we have published 4 more letters. So that brings the grand total to 30 as of this year. 3 of those letters, Mr. Nanjo has already introduced. They are an LTA on property tax rule 462.540. We have one more we have another LTA associated with a property tax rule, and that is LTA 462.520 also. And the last LTA, letters to assessors on a property tax rule, also announces the effective date for property tax rule 202, which Mr. Nanjo also mentioned. So that LTA has been published, and it announces the effective date for that rule. We published one more LTA this month, and that is an LTA announcing which counties have adopted a low value ordinance for their possessory interests. So the assessment of property used, the assessment of publicly owned property used privately, there is a provision that if a county adopts a ordinance that they can exempt up to $50,000 worth of value and not have it be assessed. So right now we have issued that LTA. There are a quick glimpse into a couple of LTAs in development. We have 2 LTAs announcing assessment practices surveys reports ready to be issued. One will be for Orange County, and another one will be for Lassen County. So those are under development right now. Mr. Nanjo also mentioned an LTA in development 2.500, and that is a property tax rule that deals with some law changes for property that is taken by eminent domain, and the ability to transfer basically its base value to a replacement property. So those are under development. We are also working on 3 LTAs that announces various income levels for low-income rental housing. So it is something that the board does annually. The LTA announces what the income limits are for residences of low-income rental property, so the assessor can administer their portion of the welfare exemption. And finally, I wanted to give you an update on what's been going on in our training and certification unit. So our training and certification unit provides continuing educational training for county assessors and board employees that are appraisers and auditor appraisers as part of their certification requirements. So the board has given a couple of courses this month. They've given a course 3. The course 3 is a residential appraisal procedures course. We've given that by the Teams environment. That was given July 12th to the 15th. We also gave a course 5, which is an income approach to value, also by Teams, and it is being given right now. So this week, it started Monday, and it will end this Thursday. And we also gave one more course. It's a course 52, and that is an advanced course. It is the valuation of restricted land. So that was given on July 19th through the 22nd, and also by Teams. And staff continues to work on the development of a couple more courses that we're trying to convert and make available through the Teams environment, so we can give it remotely. Those 3 courses are actually course 120, course 2B, which is a cost approach course, and a course 7, which is, I believe, a auditing course. So work continues on that effort. And finally, I'd like to report back on a question that was asked last month. A question was raised as to, we were mentioning that we started giving our courses virtually via the Teams environment for about 2 months now, and there was a question as to whether we can open up the enrollment. Some assessors, we had to limit our course enrollment to basically 6 per county and a cap of total 30 per course. The question was asked if we could raise that limit. So we took a good review of our courses, and we took a look at some of the successes, the success rate of the students taking it. And we're happy to announce that for some of them, we were able to increase that limit from 30 to 35. Our goal is to perhaps bring that up to as high as 40 enrollees per course. Some of the other courses are a little bit tougher in raising their limits. One of the most desired aspect of these remote courses through the Teams environment is that it is an interactive learning experience. So there is a live instructor, and we also have for every course, we have a facilitator that actually helps out with the course. So there is a need for a facilitator in order to answer a lot of the questions that come up either through the chat function or asked during class. The advanced courses that do actually a lot of calculations and working out problem sets. And at the end of the course, there is an exam also too that an instructor and the facilitator have to basically administer and correct. So we have been able to, in the courses that allow it, that are conducive to it, we've increased enrollment. We look to increase enrollment maybe even a little bit further. But for some of the courses, some of the advanced courses, we're finding it a little difficult. It's hard to raise the enrollment too much and not adversely affect the interactive learning experience. So we're trying to figure out ways to do so without jeopardizing what makes these courses so different from the other online courses where you basically download information, read it, and then it's complete problem sets, or the self-paced ones where you basically print out documents and do the same and just read. So what makes these courses so desired is their interactive portion of the learning experience, and is kind of what makes it a little difficult for us to expand our enrollment much past 35 or 40. But we're always looking for new opportunities and new ways to do so. This will complete my report on the operational updates for the Property Tax Department. I am available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. I see a hand from Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair Vasquez. Just a question of Mr. Young in terms of our ability to increase capacity with classes taught. You know, we have this online feature, which I think was really primarily born out of the pandemic. But what I'd like to know is how much have we increased our attendance for employees, county employees, state employees that need to go through the regimen of classes? Do you know do we have any numbers, anything that we can look at that say, well, you know, we've been able to double our capacity as a result of providing these classes online?
I do not have those data points with me right now, but I will gather them. So let me just give a little bit of background here. When the pandemic first took effect and the stay-at-home type orders, we actually stopped giving our classes in person. So with the startup of giving these classes remotely, it basically restarted, and we have basically picked up where we were before the pandemic and before we had to stop giving them live in person, face to face. So this remote is actually just a way for us to continue our educational portion of our function. Of course, we're looking for ways to leverage that and to be able to offer it to more and more folks. And we're actually looking forward to being able to mix back in when conditions are right, live in-person classes too. So maybe with the combination of both the flexibility of giving remote classes through the Teams environment and in-person live classes, that we'll be able to reach more folks, more assessors, staff and even board staff. So we're always looking. I don't have the actual numbers right now, but right now I think it's just a restoration of what we were doing prior.
All right. And then are you hearing from any of the county assessors that they're having trouble signing up for classes? Because that was a complaint, early on when I met with my county assessors in my district, in particular those in the rural parts of my district, that it was a long distance for them to travel. And so
no,
I'm hoping that we've solved that problem now by offering these classes online, and that everybody that wants to take a class is able to take one, and there's not a backlog.
Well, absolutely. So the remote classes, you identified one of the main advantages of remote classes is that, one, it doesn't require a staff to be out of their office, so they are available for in between to manage some of the workflow still in the office, and two, it doesn't hit the budget quite the same way as having to send staff to another venue and spend 4 days taking such a class. And that really does help. We're working really hard on reducing the backlog, but even with our remote classes right now, there is still more demand than there is capacity. We're trying to meet all the demand, but not being able to scale up the remote basically directly and just say, hey, we have a class for 30, we can give it to 60. We just have not been able to do that. We've been able to move it up a little bit, but not so that we are able to get everybody who wants into the class a slot. If we did right now, I think it would kind of take away from the interactive part of the class that makes these types of courses so much more desirable and in demand versus the strictly self-paced courses that we actually do have those available. So we have self-paced courses. There's no limitation on those. Anybody who wanted to take those can. I'm just wondering, maybe this should go through Brenda Fleming, but I'm just trying to get a handle on, how do we, if we still have a backlog, how do we solve that issue? And I completely understand the issue of, 30 or 40 a class. You probably can't go any bigger than that, given that you need a facilitator and things of that nature. But can we offer more classes? I just want to make sure there's not a backlog. Right. So that everybody's getting the classes they need. Yes, I appreciate that also. So far, I believe we have 19 classes scheduled for this session. We run our sessions basically from July to June of next year. We have 19 scheduled so far. We're looking to add more. I think we will make a big dent in the backlog. I don't know if we will completely do away with the backlog, but we will make much progress in filling those needs. Okay, is that more classes than last year? Yes, it is, by far. Okay. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Okay. Of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from any of the members? Is that Ms. Stowers' hand, or is she just raising her hand?
Hey, Mr. Chair, I have a quick question.
Yes.
I just wanted to address what Member Gaines was saying and just call to everyone's attention that that we are all aware that training is an area that I leaned in when I was the chair of this body, and I continued my efforts in partnership with the executive director. So these issues that you are raising are all part of the same work, the same body of work, and very important. I think that that's our job, is to continue to train and provide resources for assessors, all with the thought of being a good partner. So I will keep you posted as we continue to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, Ms. Taylor, do we have any written comments on this presentation?
Yeah, we do not have any written comments.
Can we check with AT&T?
Certainly. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there's anyone who wants to make a public comment on this item?
Certainly. If you'd like to make a comment, please press 1 and then 0 at this time. That's 1 and then 0. And there are no comments at this point.
Thank you. With that, members, I was just doing a little time check here. We're at about 12:40. I know it looks like we have one more item we might be able to slip in before we have our controller, but I just didn't know if we needed to take a break before then, or you want to see if we can finish K3B. What are people's preferences here?
Vice Chair, I'm okay with going forward.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead then. I am not seeing any others. Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the next item.
Yes. The next item is K3B, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, Welfare Exemption Program Review. Status update on the white paper for a review of the Welfare Exemption Program. This matter will be presented by Mr. Young.
Yes, hello again, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. David Young here, continuing with the Deputy Director's report on K3B. As you will recall, in May of this year, the board discussed low-income housing and the board's role in such, and tasked the executive director in producing a white paper on it. In June, I made a preliminary report to the board, and this is a continuation of that. Staff has completed the white paper, and it is indeed posted on the PAN for all to read and to review. So I will go over some of the introductory sections of it briefly, but I will mainly focus on the 3 areas that we've identified and where the board intersects most directly with affordable housing and low-income rental housing. So to start, in a brief introduction, there's a variety of federal, state, and local government programs in California that target this type of housing, affordable housing. And in general, they basically break down into 2 general areas. One that provides assistance to basically promoting rental housing, and one that promotes basically ownership programs. So for the rental programs, they concentrate mostly on reducing rent and providing subsidies for security deposits and providing direct rental assistance. For the affordable housing type, for the affordable ownership programs, they mainly promote reduced sales prices. They perhaps offer down payment assistances and financing assistance, or a combination of all those. So a quick survey of California's landscape. The California Department of Housing and Community Development reports that they actually have 26 programs in California that promotes affordable housing in one form or another. There are actually 8 more programs that currently lack funding, but they are still active. So there are quite a variety of programs that promote and advanced affordable housing in California. The main way that the board intersects affordable housing right now is through the welfare exemption. So if you will recall, the welfare exemption is actually co-administered by the board and by the county assessors. The board's role in administering the program is to basically provide review and certificates, clearance certificates, basically for the entities that build and develop this type of housing. So under the welfare exemption, if a nonprofit basically builds this type of housing, they can apply for the exemption, and once they meet, the board reviews their application and reviews the documentation. If they actually meet the requirements, they're issued a certificate, an OCC, which is an organizational clearance certificate. And for low-income housing especially, there is usually a requirement to get an SCC, which is a supplemental clearance certificate. And that allows that clears the first hurdle that the entity qualifies for this type of exemption. The next step is for the developer of low-income housing to actually apply with the county assessor's office, and the assessors will then review whether the property itself is used for its intended purpose. So what we did was we actually performed a pretty detailed look into our welfare exemption and how it's administered. So in the last 5 years, just to give you a little bit of context, in the last 5 years, the welfare exemption unit received 1,460 claims for these SCCs, and these SCCs are the supplemental clearance certificates. They have issued certificates for 1,364 of them and rejected 31 of them. The numbers don't quite all add up because this is a snapshot of what the activity level has been for the last 5 years. So bear in mind that there were some applications outstanding when we started looking, and there are still some that are incomplete at the end of our look back period. And out of that number, there were 772 claims that when filed, were basically incomplete. So but the takeaway of that is that the majority of the applicants were eventually granted their certificates that they need in order to get the welfare exemption. Out of 1,400 plus, only 31 were actually denied. But there were a lot of claims that were incomplete when filed. And this incomplete filings made for it added to the time it took to actually get these certifications. So during the review, we noted that there is an opportunity to relook at our work processes to see if there is a way to, one, reduce some of these incomplete claims that are filed, to streamline some of our own work processes where we could speed up the review process and the certification process. A lot of this stuff our end needs to be done before the assessors can actually give the exemption for that property. So anything that we could do would be of great benefit, I believe, to the program, and more importantly to all stakeholders that are indeed trying to build affordable rental housing, low-income rental housing in California. So that is the first area that we looked at, is the administration of our own welfare program. There is some room for at least for examination, to make sure that we are asking the right questions, we're getting the right information, and we're only getting it once. There isn't any duplication of effort between us and the assessors, and that we are processing them and quickly processing and issuing these certificates where they actually do meet the requirements. The second area that I did want to bring up was our work with the Community Land Trust project. I reported earlier that we are getting really close to completing the guidelines on the assessment and evaluation of community land trust property. So that is an additional area that the board does have some impact on affordable housing. That is a little bit different from the welfare exemption. That mainly is more of an issue with the property being valued as restricted. So under Revenue Taxation Code 402.1, certain property, if they meet certain conditions, can and should be valued considering their restrictions. And for some properties prior to this, there was a basic requirement that the restrictions basically be governmental restrictions. But with the Community Land Trust, they have opened some of that requirement so that a different type of restriction can be recognized. So staff has been working with the Community Land Trust folks in developing guidelines as to how to basically value that property, and we are really close to completing that project. So another area we can look at is whether there is room for additional consideration or support of legislation that would basically allow different affordable housing models to fit under 402.1, the restricted valuation part of the Revenue Taxation Code. And lastly, I looked at one more area of some future legislation. There is yet one more piece of legislation that once again deals with the Community Land Trust community, and that is AB 1206. And AB 1206 actually does a couple of things. They're proposed to do a couple of things. So one of the things that they had proposed to do is basically give them preferential treatment for when this type of property sells. It basically exempts qualified sales from being reassessed. It also tries to basically raise the income level in which a person renting that property can go up to and still be eligible for this type of welfare exemption. And it also proposes to basically give limited equity cooperative housing development to see if they will fit into the welfare exemption. So they propose a couple of things. Right now, I believe it may be a 2-year bill. I don't, or something very similar to that may be reintroduced next legislative session. Right now, I believe it's not making its way through, but it is an opportunity for us to see if there are any other legislation that may promote or foster affordable housing in California. So those are the 3 main areas that I've identified: the welfare exemption areas, the welfare exemption administration, our review of that, 2, the look at whether there's an opportunity to expand 402.1 to include other models for affordable housing, and 3rd is any other legislation that may be out there that may be impactful to low-income housing and affordable housing in California, either through welfare exemption or even through change in ownership type changes in change in ownership statutes. So that is my presentation on the affordable housing white paper. I I am available for any questions you may have.
I have several questions, but let me take a look and see if there's any other hands. I don't see any hands. Oh, Member Gaines, go ahead, Member Gaines.
Yeah, if I could, thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate it. And I have talked to Member Cohen in particular on this issue, and I think I brought it up in the board, but it would sure be nice if we could maybe expand the housing issue to include a larger homeowners exemption. When we take a look at the state of California and values going up dramatically, and also the average cost of a home here in the state, which I'd seen information that indicated that that's close to $800,000, like the median value of a home purchase here in California. It would be nice to look at that homeowners exemption. I believe it's $7,000 currently, and if that could be increased dramatically, you could have a real impact on folks. And I would like to see if we could continue to explore that. And I'm wondering if Executive Director Fleming could help in that regard, where maybe we could discuss this in a future board meeting. And maybe some research could be done on it, like what's happening in other states. I know that one state in particular had $100,000 homeowners exemption, and that's just one state. So I don't know, it'd probably be better to get a cross section of different states and what they're doing. But if we want to foster the ownership of a home in California, that would be very helpful for first-time home buyers, and just provide some relief for families also. So thank you
very much for those comments. If I may just briefly just address that. We did do a little bit of research on that. You are correct. The homeowners exemption is $7,000, and it's been $7,000 for many, many years. I believe the last time it increased, it was from $4,000 to $7,000, and that was more than 20 years ago. Much like some of the other items we discussed earlier, the homeowners exemption is embedded in the Constitution. So the $7,000 is actually in the Constitution. There is one way in which they can basically statutorily change that $7,000. And they actually require two things: that any shortfall from raising that $7,000 exemption basically be made up with other taxes. And then two, the requirement is that they would offer basically an offsetting renter's exemption for folks that do not own property. So there is, the homeowner's exemption has a complement, it's the renter's exemption. So there are, one, you're absolutely correct. It hasn't been raised. It has not been raised in many, many years. It is constitutional, but there is a way in which to do it statutorily. It would require basically an offset of foregone taxes by the increase, and then a matching basically component for renters. So it should. I mean, it's in the mix, but it's a much heavier hurdle to overcome.
Okay. We could offset it with our $76 billion surplus. But I think you're right on the renters. You want to make sure that you're giving opportunity for renters and homeowners too. I agree with that. But if we could just explore it some more, I'd sure like to have that discussion with the board, and so we're familiar with it and see what sort of options are available.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Member Stowers? I see her hand up as well.
Thank you, Chairman Vasquez. Thank you, Mr. Young, for this report. It's very informative. I have a couple of questions, one regarding welfare and another one regarding community land trust. On the welfare, you indicated, at least the report indicated there's about 1,400 claims received each year. And that's about 292 per year over a 5-year period. And you also indicated it could take up to 9 months to complete the claim. And I'm just curious, so are you saying that there's a backlog? Because 9 months seems to be a lot. Do you have
9 months
staff? Go ahead.
Oh, no, you are correct. It could take up to 9 months. The claims that when we receive the claims, they are reviewed and processed quickly after receipt. So they start working on it pretty quickly, easily within a month. But sometimes the claims are incomplete. Documentation is missing. Sometimes their paperwork, their irrevocable dedication that a mailers make of their property is incorrect. And staff actually spends a fair amount of time, a great amount of time, with the applicants in perfecting their claim. So if you do notice that out of the 1,400 plus received, only 31 were denied in the 5-year period. So staff is actually committed and works diligently with the applicant in order to get the required documents, make any changes they need. So instead of just processing through and stamping them have not been met, we actually work with them in order to get it. So I think part of the issue is we need to look at our documentation to see if we're asking for the right things and only the right things. And part of it is maybe an educational component to make sure folks know what is needed when they come with a claim package. We have a lot of information on our website. We actually have a checklist and a form for them in order to follow. But a lot of these, I also have to bear in mind when doing this, these entities are in the business of basically building low-income housing and filling out these forms and going through the bureaucratic portions of it. It may be second under priority. So we do work with them quite a lot to get them through.
Thanks for that explanation. I've seen some of the checklist, and I do think taking a second look at the checklist and just making sure that it's easy to follow, because it's a lot of information and it can get lost in translation. Just make sure, keep it simple so they can follow along. So it sounds like you don't have a staffing issue when it comes to processing these claims?
We have had at one point some staffing issue. We are now working, as Ms. Renati reported out, we're working really hard in bringing staff to full complement again. We've made great strides in it. So we do have some extra help. The challenge is bringing on new people that have not handled these claims is basically the learning curve. So we are investing in new staff, newly hired staff, making sure that they are getting the training they need in order to do so and to process these claims quickly. But just as important, not to miss anything too. So it is something we're working through.
Okay, great. Thank you. With respect to the Community Land Trust, I got 2 questions. One is I think your final recommendation is the board considering sponsoring legislation to amend RTC 402.1. Are you saying that Community Land Trust is not already included in that section and we need to amend that statute so that they're there all the time?
No. Community Land Trust is already there. They amended it with AB 2818, I believe, in 2017, if my memory serves me correctly. So they are included. Prior to that, they were not, and they basically followed a model from one prior, but I'm just saying that there is perhaps room for an expansion of that. So Community Land Trust wrote the provisions for Community Land Trust is pretty specific. All I'm saying is that there may be other models that could develop affordable housing that could fit also under the restricted valuation. So you would have to consider their restriction and take that into consideration when you're assessing the property. So much like Community Land Trust, there may be other models out there that may fit under the provisions of 402.1.
Okay, I follow you. Now, with
Yeah.
respect to community land trust, the occupant owns the improvements but don't own the land. They have that 99-year lease, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So I'm just curious, what happens? Can the occupant qualify for a parent-child transfer? Can the occupant transfer the improvements in the land and benefit from our various exclusions, or is there no generational wealth when it comes to community land trusts?
That is a very interesting question. I don't know if it's been fully vetted just yet. The improvements itself is real property, and I don't see anything that would bar it from being able to transfer to from a qualified transferor to a qualified transferee. I don't see anything on its surface. The interesting thing will be, would it really, whether the transferee would also qualify for that, to purchase that, those improvements, that home. With part of the requirements of 402.1 for community land trust is a whole list of restrictions, and one of them is that they actually have to basically sell the property to another qualified buyer. So assuming that the transferee is also a qualified buyer, then right now we haven't really fully vetted it, but I don't see anything on the surface that would bar it.
As long as the transferee is qualified, and depending on how you look at it, one will hope that your children or your grandchildren are not in poverty and moving forward, and maybe they don't qualify. Just an observation.
That is correct. Yeah. So it is one of these areas where we have basically intersection of a couple of issues. The parent-child transfer and affordable housing. So it's areas. There is still a lot of areas that we need to vet fully and to ask these type of questions. But thank you very much for raising it.
Yeah, thank you. And I look forward to seeing what you guys can do as far as making the welfare exemption streamlined as much as possible. Because I get a lot of calls where they're saying that they submitted their application and they haven't heard anything from the BOE, and I've been able to reach out, thank you to the advocate, and get a response. So I don't know if it was just my timing that it was in the queue to get approved, or did it require shaking a tree and we got a response or responses. But hopefully we could deal with getting them done as quickly as possible, because the investors are counting on the welfare exemption and they factor that in when they do their financing. So it's really important that we expedite it as much as possible.
Absolutely, I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. One quick one here. Mr. Young, you mentioned, I was looking at the chart, I guess on page 3, the 5-year review of the supplemental clearance certificates. Are you saying that the total request was 3,627?
No, it's not quite an additive thing. It is It's all it is. It's just a snapshot of what was received in the 5-year period. So we received a new 1,460. Bear in mind that there were probably some that pre-existed that, of which we issued 1,364. So we worked down some of the newly received applications, and we probably worked down some of the ones that pre-existed it. And then we had probably a couple that probably did not get all the way through the system yet. But we wanted to tell you too that out of the ones that we did process in that 5-year period, there were quite a few that were basically incomplete.
Yeah.
And so because of that incomplete paperwork documentation and whatnot, it takes a little bit to get through the whole system from application to basically final when we finally make the decision as to whether they qualify or not. And the final piece in there is the actual number of claims that were denied, and I wanted to draw that to everyone's attention that the majority of folks that apply actually do make it all the way through, and it's in large part due to staff working with the applicant in order to get the required documents and perfecting their application. So it's not a cumulative. It's not you do not add all 4 of those elements together and come up with the grand total. So the grand total basically issued is about 1,364 for that 5-year period, and those are all the applicants that have filed for an SCC, supplemental clearance certificate. So that would include everybody that used a tax credit in order to finance their affordable housing project.
So now you mentioned earlier, I think, in answering, I think it might have been Ms. Stowers' question, that there was roughly, I guess, 31 applications that were denied. What was the main reason for those?
The main reason for those, well, there are a couple, and the main, some of them have been lack of documentation. They were not able to basically provide the needed documents. Some of them were actually we had the wrong entity basically file, and we had to tell them that the other entity must file. So there's actually, the way it's set up is that there's a limited liability partner and a general partner. So every once in a while we'll get the wrong entity filing. So we actually have to deny those and have them resubmit. And some of them they actually don't meet the parameters, but those tend to be more on the outlier than the majority. So there are some pretty strict requirements in order for you to get and fall within the welfare exemption. So some of them just aren't really set up to how the 214, the revenue taxation of 214 is meant to work.
Okay, thanks. I have several. I know I see other hands. Let me just ask one more question, and I'll come back, because I have several more questions, but let me just do one more. In regards to the supplemental clearance certificate, the report notes that some processes or reviews of information may be duplicated between the BOE and the assessors, and that delay issuance of the certificates. I would agree that the staff's recommendation to direct the executive director to start a comprehensive review to streamline the application review and approval process for low-income rental housing. What's your thoughts on that?
I think that's a very wise and good direction to go. That we've taken a look at some of the information that's asked for in the forms that we asked the applicants to file and some of the forms that are filed with the assessors. I am very cognizant of the fact that there are many requirements for receiving this welfare exemption, but the information and lots of information should be collected, but collected only once. So we want to make sure that we're not holding things up. This is not a I don't want to make it appear that we're trying to shift any type of work to the assessors. That's not our intent. Our intent is to basically make sure that we get all the information we need to make a good call, and only that information, and we only get it once. So that's the drive behind the streamlining.
Thank you. I'll hold off on a couple more. Let me have, I know Member Cohen had her hand up, and I know she's got some challenges right now, so let her step up.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No challenge is unsurmountable, though, so I'm resilient. Okay, so just first, I just wanted to comment on a couple things. Ms. Fleming, I think Ms. Stowers makes an excellent point. I think 9 months is not enough time to do anything, doesn't seem reasonable. And I'm also wondering if there's an internal process that we can engage in to streamline the process and report back to the board. I just also want to say that I think it's our responsibility to periodically to visit our internal processes to ensure that the highest level of efficiencies exist for our workflows. And Chair, I also wanted to suggest that we have the executive director report back to us on this workflow analysis by the September board meeting. It may result in one of the first steps that we can take in this area that is within our sphere of responsibility to spur affordable housing. And to Ms. Fleming's specific point, we may even want to engage in a focus group or two of stakeholders to understand the challenges of the process, the shortcomings, the gaps, what we do well. It might even involve creating a short video on the process and what's required. So these are just a couple ideas, but nine months just doesn't seem reasonable, especially considering the significance of the welfare exemption. Thank you.
Thank you. You actually raised one of my questions. You saved me one. But I see Ms. Stowers' hand up. Did you have another question, Ms. Stowers? Or is that an old hand?
No, this is a new hand only because I forgot to ask it the first time when I had my opportunity. With respect to the denials, I'm happy it's a small number, 31, but I've always thought when it came to claim denials, they were subject to a board appeal. Am I correct on that? And I don't recall ever having an appeal. So if there is subject to board appeal, how does staff communicate that to the applicants?
It is, you are correct, it is subject to appeal before the board. We have, it is in, I believe, in our website that for the welfare exemption that that is one of their administrative remedies is to appeal it. And I believe it's also on our forms. If I'm not, I will have to review our actual application forms to ascertain that. So it is out there. We, once again, perhaps it's because we deny so few, and the ones that we do deny, either they refile or they move or they know they don't qualify. That perhaps that's why we have not had many appeals before the board for a denial.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that they are advised of their rights. So when you take a look at the process, just make sure that it's clear in the denial letter and, large print. You have the right to appeal and appeal by this date, so they can see it. Not an 8 font, not a 10 font, big.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Actually, another question I had was kind of touched on, but let me just reiterate and see if I understood you correctly, Mr. Young. And on the issuing of, this whole, I guess part of the duplication you kind of touched on. You think it'd be useful if we maybe issued additional guidance, specific process that could maybe minimize this duplication efforts on the work?
I think it may. I think it will depend much on our actual going through the whole process of the review of our work processes and the streamlining. Any changes that we make or that comes out of this review process, I think it'd probably be wise to, if nothing else, to at least put it on our website in order so that other folks know that we have changed our processes and what's required in order for them to get an OCC and an SCC. And we will take a look at, and of course you are absolutely correct, if there is a substantial change or something that needs to be widely publicized, there is always the LTA process in which we could announce those changes in. So it is definitely on the table. It's just, I think it would be wise if we start the process first.
Thank you. See no other hands. I just wanted to thank you and specifically the executive director and the BOE staff for all your hard work with that put this research and draft in this very helpful white paper, the white paper we're talking about. And since the welfare exemption for low-income housing is BOE's main relief program available in regards to residential rental housing and related facilities, I'd really like to maximize the benefits of what we can do as a board to promote affordable housing. So I support staff's recommendation in this white paper. And members, I move that we direct the executive director to move forward on the recommendations in the report. Direct the executive director to start a comprehensive review to streamline the application review and approval process for low-income housing rental, for the income rental housing. And then also direct the executive director to work with the boards to sponsor or support necessary legislation that would make Section 402.1 applicable to new models of affordable housing developments, provided the characteristics of any such new developments fit the general intent of Section 402.1. And then finally, to direct the executive to work with the board to sponsor necessary legislation proposals or supporting legislation that would make the welfare exemption available to new models of low-income housing developments, depending on the characteristics of specific projects. And I know we received some written comments along these lines, and I think it'd be apropos that we try to look at those and have staff try to incorporate those as we move forward. I don't know if any other members had any other thoughts on this to try to expedite this as much as possible. I see Vice Chair Schaefer.
Chair Vasquez, are these written comments we have? I assume they're all signed comments.
The one I saw was, I don't know if there was others though.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Vasquez?
Yes, Ms. Stowers.
Just a clarification on your first part of your motion. I was listening and taking notes at the same time. Did you say a comprehensive review of the welfare exemption or a comprehensive review of low-income housing?
Well, I was kind of looking at the review, of the approval process that we use now for income, for, the income rental housing, that exemption.
So you're talking about the welfare exemption?
Yes.
And what qualifies you for, so it's a review of the welfare exemption, including what qualifies you. So basically, yes. You're within the scope of the welfare exemption?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't clear.
Okay.
I think I'm clear. I'm assuming that if Ms. Fleming had any questions, she would speak up. But provided that it's within the scope of the welfare exemption and sponsoring legislation as it relates to 402.1, so that new models can qualify for the affordable housing, I can support that motion. So that's a second.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments or questions. Ms. Taylor, I know I think we had some written comments on this, didn't we?
Yes, we do. We have one written comment that I will read.
Thank you.
Well, in fact, I'm almost.
This is from Leo Goldberg. Chairman Vasquez and members of the board, we have been encouraged to learn of the board's interest in studying how BOE policies can promote housing affordability in the state of California. As a frontline affordable housing advocates and practitioners, we see the urgency in communities across the state, but particularly in our Black and brown neighborhoods, for stable, safe, and affordable housing, close to jobs, and offering opportunities to build assets and community. The California Community Land Trust Network is a membership organization representing 25 community land trusts and collectively over 220 million of community assets throughout the state. Community land trusts steward permanently affordable and community-controlled land and housing, creating an alternative to speculative investment and displacement from Humboldt County to San Diego. While most forms of subsidized housing in the state are subject to affordability requirements that expire after some number of years, CLT homes, whether rental apartments, shared equity single-family homes, or limited equity cooperatives, remain affordable to low-income people in perpetuity. CLT achieved this by retaining ownership in the land under these homes and binding residents to affordability commitments through a renewable 99-year ground lease. Further, CLT support their residents through financial counseling, foreclosure prevention, and other measures, resulting in stable housing that is resistant to speculative investment and displacement so that many of our low-income neighborhoods experience. We feel that Chairman Vasquez's proposed convening around BOE policy and affordable housing is a promising first step in elevating affordable housing outcomes in BOE deliberations. Are there any updates on plans for the convening or ways in which we can support it? In the convening and other deliberations, we suggest that practitioners of shared equity homeownership and CLTs are engaged. With growing utilization of shared equity housing like limited equity housing cooperatives and CLTs, assessors will increasingly be confronted with the task of evaluating these structures. There is a need for increased dialogue and education, as well as guidance to facilitate efficient and accurate assessments, and in some cases, efficient processing of welfare exemption applications. A focus on the application of the welfare exemption and reassessment practices is particularly needed for this expanding piece of the state's housing stock. There is an opportunity to evaluate the welfare exemption process to make it easier for assessors to apply SB 196's welfare exemption provision and to properly assess rental properties on a CLT. We have reached the 3-minute mark.
Thank you. Was that the only written comment, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, that is correct.
Can we check with AT&T before we move on this?
Yes, AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
Yes, absolutely. If you'd like to make a comment, please press 1 and then 0 at this time. That's 1 and then 0 at this time. And just one moment for a comment's name to be taken, commenter's name to be taken. Okay, the information is still being taken. Okay, and we do have a comment from the line of Leo Goldberg, your line is now open.
Thank you. This is Leo Goldberg with the California Community Land Trust Network. You just heard my comment read out loud. Thanks so much for the opportunity to provide that comment and for this great discussion. We really appreciate the attention of Chair Vasquez and the board to this issue and the great work of Deputy Director Young in looking for ways to support affordable housing through BOE policy and administration. You just heard my written comment. I would just like to highlight that the limited equity housing cooperatives are a cousin of community land trusts, and then a really powerful vehicle for creating permanently affordable housing for low income people. We really would love to have your partnership in looking for ways to get those kinds of buildings assessed fairly, since there's going to be a large growth in those in the coming years. Many organizations are looking at building limited equity cooperatives, and Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act or Community Opportunity to Purchase Act laws will likely be going into effect in many jurisdictions that will create more of these co-ops. So we look forward to that partnership, and thanks for all the thinking you're doing. And I also just briefly want to address Board Member Stower's question about heirs on community land trust properties. And I think the conversation was correct in that many CLTs do have income eligibility thresholds that an heir will be subject to. That's not always the case. But even if an heir does not qualify, is not income eligible to inherit a property, they still inherit the asset in that a sale of the property, they will get the proceeds. So there is wealth building provided through the ground lease that can be transferred intergenerationally. So thanks so much for your interest and the opportunity to speak with you, and look forward to ongoing partnership.
Thank you. Seeing and hearing no other comments or questions, I think we're ready to vote, Ms. Taylor.
Wait, I have.
Oh, wait. Member Cohen, I'm sorry, Member Cohen.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just a second.
No problem.
Gather my thoughts. Okay, so first, okay, I'm going to ask that it's a late request, but I'm going to ask for for you to consider a substitution or some kind of an alternative amendment. And I apologize for not speaking up sooner. I was changing a dirty diaper, but I'm back. I was listening, but my hands were busy. Like you said, adversity.
No problem. No problem. Go ahead.
Rising to the challenge here. But so I think that we owe to our stakeholders that we allow for their engagement in this discussion. And so I was going to propose that we create a board working group on tax abatement policy. Now, I know Yvette's ears always perks up whenever I suggest a working group, but I think that a working group on tax abatement policy to spur the development of affordable housing would give us an opportunity to hear from experts, to crunch some numbers, to come up with some proposals. This would just kind of reach a little bit beyond our BOE scope to where other experts in the area to hear their feedback. So for your consideration is a motion that the board establish a work group on property tax abatement. Again, to spur the development of affordable housing. And this work group should include stakeholders from the affordable housing development community, as well as policymakers who've examined property tax abatements as a strategy for the development of affordable housing. And so there's my thoughts. That's my proposal that I'm putting out there. I hope there's some discussion. Of course, Yvette, we won't do burdensome work on BOE staff. We've had some success with working groups in the past that were not too heavy on agency staff. So, Mr. Chair, what do you think?
Here's my thoughts. I think it's great. I was just wondering, in terms of the process, one, to move forward on this the motion that I proposed, and I'd like your thoughts and ideas. And I'm wondering, would it be too much to kind of incorporate those? Because I'm hoping to have this hearing, and I was hoping this hearing would have happened already, but with the COVID, I'm kind of reluctant to do it remotely. I wanted to kind of do it in person, but depending on what happens here with this next spike, if it continues, and I guess we may not have a choice, and we might have to do it remotely. But I was wondering, I'm hoping what you're actually suggesting really comes out of this hearing that's coming up shortly. Are you
Yes,
comfortable with something like that?
Love to partner with you on this and
Sure.
and work with you and your staff on thinking it through, questions, framework, all of that work that needs to go into as we gather the facts.
Let's do it.
Okay, so could you restate the motion? Because I may add my own language in there if possible, if you're open to it.
Sure. The motion that I was looking at was number one was to direct the executive director to start a comprehensive review of streamlining the application, review, and approval process for low-income rental housing. Then direct the executive director to work with the board to sponsor or support necessary legislation that would make Section 402.1 applicable to new models of affordable housing developments, provided the characteristics of any such new development fit the general intent of Section 402.1. And then the last part was direct the executive director to work with the board to sponsor necessary legislation proposals or supporting legislation that would make the welfare exemption available to new models of low-income housing developments, depending on the characteristics of the specific projects. Does that cover you?
Yes, I think we should also, in addition to that, add establishing a working group on property tax abatement, just again to spur development for affordable housing. And
sure, if you want to add that to it.
Yes, sir, please. Yes.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Thank you. All right, folks, it's in your hands.
And I think Ms. Stowers was the seconder. Is she comfortable with that? I know when you get into work groups, it kind of tricks.
No, I'm comfortable with the work group. As you know, you want to have a public policy hearing anyway, so I'm fine with it. I just, you know, and the second and third part of your motion and the friendly amendments are fine, but I'm still not hearing where you're going to have a review of the welfare exemption process and seeing how we can streamline that. I'm not sure if that's built into number one. I kind of
put that on the executive director to come back with that for us.
Okay. Okay. As long as that's done, I think that everyone realizes that they need to review the process. Yes. Taking 9 months is not efficient.
Got it.
Well, with that being said, I'm prepared to vote on the motion, and then after that, I will be going off camera, and Controller Yu will be coming on camera.
Thank you. I guess we're ready to vote. Ms. Taylor, if you please take the roll.
Chairman Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Yes, Vice Chair Schaefer says yay.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Cohen.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
Thank you. That's unanimous, all those present. I understand we do have Ms. Our Controller, Betty Yee, on the line. And if I could, oh, there she is. Welcome, welcome. I think you're muted right now, but I wanted to ask, because some of us have been going straight through. Can we just take like a 5-minute restroom break real quick?
Of course.
Thank you. Folks, if we could just take, what is it? I got 136. What do we come back at 141? Is that okay? I'm seeing heads nodding. Thank you. We'll be right back.
This is Lisa Thompson, the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayers' Rights Advocate. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office is independent, with the goal to protect taxpayers' rights and ensure taxpayers' concerns are addressed fairly and promptly. We assist taxpayers with problems that they may have with the assessment or collection of property taxes or with the alcoholic beverage tax. We invite taxpayers and stakeholders to this year's virtual Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing before the elected members of the State Board of Equalization. Taxpayers will have an opportunity to provide comments on items described in the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayers' Rights Advocates Annual Report. Also, taxpayers will have the opportunity to share suggestions, comments, or concerns on California's property tax system. In addition, taxpayers can present any ideas on changes to the alcoholic beverage tax program. Join us on Tuesday, August 24th, 2021 at 10 a.m. You can participate during the virtual hearing or submit your comments in advance. For more information, please visit www.boe.ca.gov/TRA. We are here to serve you. Thank you.
one, just announce, I guess, officially that we have our controller, Ms. Betty Yee, with us.
Good afternoon. The next item is K3C, fiscal year 2021 to 22, private railroad car tax rate. Report on the tax rate applicable to the 2021-22 private railroad car tax assessment. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. This is a constitutional function. This matter will be presented by Mr. McCool.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez and members of the board. I'm Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. I'm here today to report on this year's private railroad car tax rate as calculated by board staff. Under current law, the rate is to be equal to the average rate of general property taxation from the previous year. Last year's private railroad car tax rate was 1.154%. Staff compiled the data for the fiscal year 2020-2021 and determined that the average rate of taxation throughout the state was 1.156%. As a result, staff recommended a rate of 1.156% for the 2021 private railroad car tax rate, which was approved by the board's executive director. That concludes the report on the 2021 private railroad car tax rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions? I
Chair,
see Vice Chair Schaefer. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. McCool, could I draw your attention to page 1 of 10 of the recommendations for assessment? I'm talking about company number 0557 Halliburton Energy Services.
Mr. Vice Chair Schaefer, that is the next item on the agenda.
Oh, okay, then I'll withdraw my comment. Thank you.
Is there any other comments or questions about this item? Seeing and hearing none. Do we need to vote on this one, or do we have to move on? Can we move on to the next one?
Mr. Chairman, this is just a report for informational purposes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Continue then.
The next item is K3D, adoption of the 2021 private railroad car roll. Staff recommendation for the lien date of 2021 assessment of private railroad cars under the provisions of the private railroad car tax law. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. This is a constitutional function. This matter will be presented by Mr. McCool.
Hello, once again, Chairman Vasquez and members of the board. I'm here today to present for your consideration and adoption the 2021 private railroad car assessment roll. Before you, for your consideration, is a report entitled the 2021 Recommendation for Assessment of Private Railroad Cars. This report represents staff's recommendation for the lien date 2021 assessment of private railroad cars under the provisions of the private railroad car tax law. This year's total recommended assessed value is just over $806 million. Upon adoption of staff's recommendation, State Assessed Properties Division staff will prepare the 2021 private railroad car tax bills and send to the appropriate taxpayers by the required statutory date of October 15th. The tax will become due by December 10th, and the tax collected is deposited into the state's general fund. I ask for your adoption of the roll, and I am available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Schaefer, now you can weigh in on this one.
Mr. McCool, I draw your attention to page 1 of 10 of the recommendation for assessment of private railroad cars. Do you have that?
I do, sir.
Number 557 Halliburton Energy Service Incorporated shows clearly an assessed value of $161,312. That's not a bill to be paid, that's an assessed valuation. But then you take your 10% late filing penalty, which is exactly 10% of 161,312. You add that, and the two figures come out 177,443. again, we're talking about assessed values, not a check to be written to anybody. I have never seen a late filing penalty be in form of assessed valuation. It's always been 10% more dollars on a check you were gonna write. Here, we're adding a penalty in the valuation. So like we're gonna take the value of the railroad cars because you've been you've erred in some with a late filing. We're gonna punish you by raising the value of your assessed value by 10%. Do we raise that for a year, eternally? And what does that have to do with writing a check to the state of California? I'm just having problems with apples and oranges. Maybe you could help me with this.
To answer your question, Vice Chair Schaefer, the 10% penalty for late filing is by statute, and the statute does specify it's a 10% penalty of the assessed value.
So the assessed value jumps 10%. We're not talking about anybody writing a check.
Correct. So the 10% late penalty will be added to the original assessed value, and that will be the amount that we apply the recently adopted tax rate to arrive at the amount of tax due.
Okay, I did not know that late filing fees could be in the form of increasing the valuation instead of writing a bigger check. Maybe I stand corrected. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other comments or questions? Controller Betty, I think you're muted. It sounded like you're saying something.
Yeah, I did have a question if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
For Mr. McCool, I was just looking at the overall assessed value for the past several years, and it's quite a drop for 2021. Is this just kind of the general economic condition under which these private railroad companies are operating, or is there something more going on with the industry? I don't recall.
I believe for this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead.
I was just going to respond that I believe the decrease in this year is largely attributed to the less amount of railroad car freight that entered California during 2021, in large part due to COVID-19 conditions. So part of the component for calculating the assessed value is the number of equivalent car days where these railroad cars are physically present in California. Last year, there was approximately 33,000 car days for private railroad cars. This year, the number was down to 30,000. So just looking at the last 5 years, 2019 with 34,000, 2020 with 33,000, and this most recent years, a drop to 30,000. So it's one of the main components in the assessment. And I think, it's an open question whether that car volume will increase in the coming year, but from our understanding, the main driver of this drop in value was due to COVID-19.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Very welcome.
Any other comments or questions from any of the folks? Seeing and hearing none. Do we have any written comments on this, Ms. Taylor?
We do not.
Can we check with AT&T if there's anybody on the line that wants to speak on this?
Yes, AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter?
Certainly. If you'd like to make a comment, please press 10 at this time. And there are no comments at this point.
Thank you. Members, this item is now before us.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to adopt the staff recommendation.
It's been moved by Char, and
second.
It's been seconded by our Vice Chair Schaefer. See no other hands or comments. Ms. Taylor, if you can please call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Cohen,
Aye.
Controller Yi.
Aye.
So that's unanimous. Thank you. And with that, Ms. Taylor, if you'd please move on to our next item.
The next item is K3E, adoption of the 2021 state assessed property roll. Staff recommendation on the allocations of the unitary values adopted by the board in May 2021, plus adjustments based on prior board action and staff recommended non-unitary values. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. This is a constitutional function. This matter will be presented by Mr. McCool.
Hello, once again, Chairman Vasquez and members of the board. I am here to present for your consideration and adoption the 2021 state assessed property roll. Before you, for your consideration, is a report entitled the 2021 Recommendation for Assessment of State Assessed Property. This recommendation reflects the unitary values adopted by the board on May 25th, 2021, along with the adjustments to the roll based on prior board actions, as well as staff recommended non-unitary values. This year's state assessed roll totals approximately $123 billion of assessed value. Upon adoption of these recommendations, State Assessed Properties Division staff will transmit the allocated assessments to the 58 counties so that the counties may generate tax bills and collect the property tax. I ask for your adoption of the roll, and I am available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any comments or questions of Mr. McCool?
Vice
Yes,
Chair Schaefer.
Vice Chair Schaefer, go ahead.
Mr. McCool, I notice there's about a $3,500,000,000 increase, notwithstanding the economic disruption that we've all suffered. I think that speaks well for the financial condition of our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands or comments on this one, Ms. Taylor, do we have any written comments on this item?
We do not have any written comments on this item.
Thank you. And before we go to AT&T, I see a hand from Member Gaines. Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Due to a financial interest, I will not be participating with respect to Pacific Corp, item number 106, Sierra Pacific Power, item number 146, Kern River Gas Transmission Company, number 188, and BNSF Railroad Company, number 804.
Thank you.
Great.
With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please go to AT&T and see if there's anybody on the line.
AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter?
And if you wish to ask a question or comment, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we have no one in queue at this time.
Thank you. Members, do we have any other comments or questions? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation.
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Cohen.
I second by Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Schaefer, second. Okay. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you please call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines, not participating. Member Cohen.
Yeah.
Aye.
Controller Yi.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of those that are able to participate. And with that, Ms. Taylor, if you'd please call the next item.
Chairman Vasquez, I'd like to note that Mr. Ginsburg is available on the co-host line and he would like to make a comment.
Oh, yes, I know we gave him a resolution earlier today. Sure, if he's available, we'll give him an opportunity right now before we start the next item, before our controller leaves. Go ahead.
This is David Ginsburg. Can you all hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Vasquez and controller and the member and the entire board. I just want to be very brief. I was traveling last week, as what you're supposed to do when you're quote unquote retired, with my son in Seattle, and so I was I got this note this morning, and I apologize I was not on this morning. But boy, what a beautiful and just kind resolution. Thank you so much. It has been my profound privilege to have worked with the professionals, and I count all of you amongst that category in the property tax world. From Brad Sherman and Dean Andall to the current board, I have seen lots of variations, and I'd say you are living up to and doing yeoman's work. In fact, I'd say it's doing thankless work, as are the rest of you have an amazing staff, and I think my only advice would be lean on those assessors. They're there. They want to help you be successful along with your staff. And my only thing is I obviously want to thank my own former boss, Larry Stone, who's gave me the confidence to try to be of assistance in the property tax world. And I think taxpayers just don't know how lucky they are to have all of you working so hard for them. And my retirement ends on August 1 when I become the executive director of Temple Bethel in sunny Aptos, California. So if you ever make your way to Santa Cruz County, I encourage you to stop by or give me a call. I hope you all have my cell phone. I mean that seriously. I'm not moving, by the way. It's only 35-minute drive from San Jose. But I just want to again express my deepest appreciation to everyone, and particularly to the various. There's been a number of property tax directors and executive directors, and I will tell you, you have right now some of the finest staff working for you, and Brenda and the team that she has assembled. And I just want to say thank you. And with that, I will be quiet because I know you have a full agenda, and I don't want to take away from the business at hand. But thank you so much. I was so kind of you to do a resolution on my behalf.
Thank you. Wish you all the best. And I know I speak for all the members that we really appreciated your time and energy, because you went on above and beyond the call of duty. And I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And it's a labor of love like it is for the rest of the people. And I know pretty much everybody on this call, the staff and the board members who work, are all going above and beyond. And the board member staff, the countless hours they put into this, trying to do what's right, what they believe is the best thing for the public's interest. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, well, I guess, Ms. Controller, you're welcome to stay, but I know you're probably on a roll tight schedule. So if you're departing, thank you for stopping in and joining us, and hope to see you soon again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate the accommodation. Take care.
Not a problem. Ms. Taylor, if you would call the next item.
The next item is K4A, Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report. Update on the legislative issues, update on administrative and program-related legislative bills impacting the BOE, and K4B, update on legislation related to the implementation of Proposition 19. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Good afternoon, members. This is Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today, I've provided you with a written report which includes a list of legislation that impacts the Board of Equalization. As a reminder, the legislature broke for summer recess on July 16th and will reconvene on August 16th. The three board-sponsored legislative proposals approved by the board at the December 2020 and February 2021 board meetings are included in Senate Bill 825. To briefly recap, Senate Bill 825 amends Revenue and Taxation Code Section 401.10 to extend the sunset date for evaluation of intercounty pipeline rights of way, amends Revenue and Taxation Code Section 1752.2 related to multi-jurisdictional assessment appeals boards, and amends Revenue and Taxation Code 214.02 to extend the sunset date of the welfare exemption for land conservancies and land trusts. This bill was amended on June 28th with no changes to the board's proposed items. The current status of this bill is with the Assembly Appropriations Committee. Next, members, as regards active legislation related to the implementation of Prop 19, we continue to track Senate Bill 539 and Assembly Constitutional Amendment 9. Senate Bill 539, introduced by Senator Hertzberg and Senators Allen and McGuire as principal co-authors, is a property taxation bill regarding intergenerational transfers of real property and base year value transfers. This bill was amended in the Assembly on July 13th, and a summary of the amendments are included in BOE's recently issued amended analysis. The amendments address several areas of the intergenerational transfer provisions, continue to provide the BOE the authority for emergency rulemaking, and attempts to address the definition of what constitutes a family farm. In addition, the amendment broadens the scope of the measure to include victims of wildfires and natural disasters. This bill is currently with the Assembly Appropriations Committee. Next is ACA 9, introduced by Assemblymember Kiley. As you recall, this measure seeks to repeal several provisions of Prop 19 regarding intergenerational base year transfer exemptions and instead reinstate the prior rule. The measure would apply retroactively to all affected purchases or transfers occurring on or after February 16, 2021. Currently, ACA 9 is awaiting referral to a committee in the Assembly. Members, this concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions? Ms. Renati? If not, this is all informational, I believe, right? We don't think we have to take a motion on this.
That's correct, Chairman.
Ms. Taylor, do we have any written comments on this?
We do not.
You want to check with AT&T and see if there's anybody on the line?
Sure. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who would like to make a public comment on this item?
And if you would like to make a comment, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we have no one in the queue at this time.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, will you please call the next item?
Yes, the next item is K5, Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office's report, an update on the activities of the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office. This matter will be presented by Ms. Thompson.
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. I'm here to provide you with an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office to keep you informed. First, I would like to update you on the preparation for the upcoming Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing that will be held on August 24th, 2021 at the board meeting. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office worked with the Communications Officer, Peter Kim, to prepare our first public service announcement to advise taxpayers and other parties about the upcoming Bill of Rights hearing. We worked with the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration's Media Productions team on the public service announcements, and they did an excellent job. They were great to work with, and I would like to express my appreciation to them for all of their hard work. The public service announcements aired before the board meeting and airs during all of the long breaks. We are also adding a link onto our website for this public service announcement. Additionally, I will be reaching out directly to taxpayer organizations asking if they could notify their members of the TRA Bill of Rights hearing. I will be contacting the following 6 taxpayer organizations: CalTax, Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, Spidell Publishing, CalChamber, California Society of CPAs, and California Enrolled Agents. Next, I will be sharing some statistics on cases that were completed by the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office last month, and also some insight on the types of cases. In June 2021, we completed work on 22 cases. 3 were in Board Member Gaines's district, 12 in Board Member Cohen's district, 5 in Board Member Vasquez's district, and 2 in Board Member Schaefer's district. Of the 22 completed cases, 10 were in the administrative category and 12 were in the valuation category. The administrative category includes topics such as creating and mailing tax bills, refunds, penalty cancellation, defaulted taxes, access to data, special assessments, or direct levies on the property tax bills. The valuation category includes topics such as change in ownership, declines in value, appraisal methodology, exclusions, exemptions, new construction, actual enrollment of values, general property taxation, and assessment appeals. With respect to the administrative category, 3 cases involved delinquent or defaulted taxes for not paying their property tax bill for multiple years. 5 cases involved special assessments. 1 case involved the address used to mail the tax bill, and then 1 case involved refunds. The TRA office assisted the taxpayers by providing information about special assessment charges billed on the property tax bill, payment plan options for delinquent taxes, and provisions about tax sales. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office helped the taxpayer understand what address the taxpayer uses to mail the tax bill and how to update their mailing address with the assessor's office. The TRA office also coordinated with the tax collector's office concerning a refund where the taxpayer made an overpayment because the previous payment had not been recognized by the tax collector's office because it was unknown what the payment applied to, since the taxpayer had not submitted a copy of any payment stubs or identified the parcel numbers for the multi-parcel check. So with respect to the valuation category and its 12 cases in total, 1 addressed change in ownership in the area of supplemental assessments, and the TRA office assisted the taxpayer by providing information about changes in ownership and when a property is subject to reappraisal due to someone being removed or added onto title. We explained the statutory provisions to reappraise property as to the percentage of interest transferred and proration of taxes for purpose of the supplemental assessment. 4 cases addressed exclusions from reassessments and exemptions, of which 2 pertain to the base year value transfer exclusion for persons age 55 and over, and 2 pertain to the welfare exemption, with the remaining 1 pertaining to the disabled veterans exemption. The TRA office helped the taxpayers by explaining the exclusion requirements as to the time frame in which the purchase of the replacement must be made in order to qualify for the base year value transfer. Additionally, we explained to 1 taxpayer that they could still qualify for a base year value transfer under Proposition 19 if they chose to sell the replacement home that they intended to use that was purchased prior to April 1st, 2021, and then buy another as long as that purchase of the replacement home was made within 2 years of the sale of the original property. And with respect to the welfare exemption case, the TRA office explained the co-administration of the welfare exemption and how to apply for an organizational clearance certificate from our agency with the appropriate fiscal year to match what they were seeking exemption on from the county assessor's office. For the disabled veterans exemption case, the TRA office coordinated with the assessor's office to expedite the claim processing so the taxpayer could receive exemption as soon as possible, since the supplemental tax bill had been recently issued. 3 of the cases involved general property taxation, and the TRA office assisted these taxpayers by providing information about California's property tax system and the limitation of Proposition 13. and that paying off a person's home doesn't eliminate property taxes. Another case pertained to disaster relief, and the TRA office helped the taxpayer understand why they received a property tax bill for a house that had unfortunately been destroyed in a fire. We explained that disaster relief is prorated and that taxpayers are responsible for payment of property taxes for the portion of the year that the house existed. So the remaining 3 cases in the valuation category concern new construction, assessment appeals, and an unsecured assessment received by a state assessee. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office assisted the taxpayers by explaining that requests from assessors for information on permitted work assist them in determining if the work results in assessable new construction and also the appropriate value for property tax purposes. Additionally, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office provided information on the appeals process and provided resources on our website for appeals information, as well as valuation of comparable sales. And we provided resources to help the taxpayer come up with comparable sales. To provide some additional insight on the workings of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office with respect to the unsecured assessment, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office coordinated with the Assessor's Office to determine the reason for its unsecured assessment, for which the taxpayer received an unsecured tax bill for a location where the taxpayer leased the real property. After confirming that the taxpayer was the state assessee, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office analyzed the property tax bills issued to the taxpayer to determine which assessment should not have been issued. The confusion arose from the taxpayer receiving a secured tax bill for a location at least from another party, and because they had previously received and paid an unsecured tax bill. The secured tax bill was determined to be correct, since that is how state assessed property assessments are billed according to property tax law. The taxpayer essentially had filed a property statement with the assessor's office reporting the personal property at that location, even though the company had become state assessed the previous year. Ultimately, the assessor's office removed the assessment for the personal property at the leased location, and the tax collector canceled the penalties for unpaid taxes and processed a refund for the prior year's payment of taxes, which had been double assessed, one locally assessed and one state assessed, essentially. This concludes my update. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. I see Vice Chair Schaefer's hand.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just had a couple of comments. Ms. Thompson, you mentioned a 55 and over benefit at some point. What was that for?
I'm sorry.
Age 55.
Oh, well, that's for the base year value transfer for seniors.
Yeah. Has that always been 55 or, for decades, or is that adjusted periodically? I know there's changes going on. Social Security payments have gone from 65 down to 62. Maybe if it's been at 55 for 20, 30 years, maybe it should be 45 or 65. I'm not prepared to make a judgment on that, but I think we should be aware as decades go by that some of these years ought to be adjusted based on the fact that people are living a lot longer and retiring later. This is really, you're not a member of the legislature, but it's an issue I want you to be aware of.
Thank you. Yes, the age 55 is the age of 55 is something that's specified in the Constitution. It was previously for base year value transfers in Proposition 60 and 90, and most recently included in Proposition 19, which
passed in November of 2020.
Okay, that seems pretty recent. I want to emphasize the importance of property owners being able to change their mailing address on all records relating to their property, because some people move every year or two, and if something's sent to an old address, it may not be forwarded. They may receive penalties for not responding to something they didn't hear about. And knowing that some people move every 12 to 24 months, it should be a rather easy thing to update their mailing address. And the lady, you made a reference to somebody's concerning having to pay taxes even though their home was burned down, and you said they have to pay taxes up while the house was still standing. They still have to pay taxes forever on the raw dirt. You know, that's a very important element of any valuation of property, is land plus improvements. So we can remind people that regardless of fire matters, the very valuable dirt on which the home existed and will be rebuilt someday is something that does never go away. And you and I both understand that. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, it was because of the improvements, is that the tax bill identified an assessment for land, of course, which they expected, but also improvements. And that is a little bit confusing to taxpayers, especially if they've had the unfortunate experience of having their house burned out and then receive a tax bill with an improvement value. And so
I think you're doing a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a hand from Member Gaines. Or is that an old hand?
Yes. Yeah, no, thanks, Chair Vasquez. I appreciate it. Now, this is an issue that goes back to item K3E, where I made the statement about not voting for particular items that were on the agenda with respect to the 2021 state assessed property roll. So I would like to clarify, and may need another vote if it's not clear, because I wanted to make sure I was voting for the roll with the exception of those 4 items on the agenda that I had mentioned. So
I thought you were, but we can double check.
That'd be great.
Is staff able to check that? I believe it was okay, but if we can get a staff supporting that, we can move forward. Is somebody might be
Chairman
talking.
Vasquez and members, staff are drilling down on it at this moment. If you just give us a couple of moments and we'll get exactly what the correct next steps are. If you could just give us one moment, please.
Sure. Ms. Stowers, did you have a question about that or something different?
Well, 2 things. One, I want to thank Ms. Lisa Thomas for her report. She has really gone the extra yard the past couple of meetings, giving more information about the cases that her office has resolved. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank her for her efforts. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate Senator Member Gaines' comments, because I think clarification is needed on whether or not he was not participating on those items or not participating as a whole. And regardless of the outcome, please note that Controller Yee did vote. So hopefully we could just, if there's a confusion, we can correct his vote without requiring the controller to come back.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Deputy Controller Stowers, I think we're fine with that. I think what we need to do, and again, I appreciate you giving staff just a minute to clarify. I think it's an issue of how Member Gaines, we may need you just to restate it, but I don't think it changes the outcome of the vote. Again, just 1 second, please.
I just want to clarify that I was abstaining from those 4 items, but not the entire roll.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez and members of the board. This is Henry Nancho, Chief Counsel. My apologies. I had a phone issue and I accidentally was disconnected, so I'm just rejoining now. We are checking into, we understand
Member Gaines' clarification, the challenge is typically the approval of the state assessed roll is one item and one vote. The individual items are not typically separated in that matter, so we are looking into it as we speak. If you can give us about 5 minutes, we're going to check into that.
This is Deputy Controller Stowers. Historically, when a member is not participating in the item, the clerk will read the motion to adopt staff recommendation with the noted non-participation of Gaines for the items that the member is not participating in. So hopefully you guys could check your historical record, and just the simple clarification is that Ms. Taylor should have just indicated that member Gaines was not participating in those items, but he was participating as a whole. This is not new. This is not rocket science.
And that's correct. And I think that was clearly stated in Member Gaines' comments. So I'm having staff double check, but given the fact that the controller is not present at this time, I'm assuming that we can go forward with the fact that that all members who were present at the time, with the exception of Member Gaines, voted for the item as a whole. Member Gaines was intended to vote for the item with the exception of those items that he specifically indicated he had a conflict with and was not participating in, but he is in support of the roll otherwise.
That's the way I understood it.
That's great.
And if that's an accurate statement, we can go ahead and go with that as part of the record.
Wonderful.
Appreciate
That's
it.
great. Thank you.
You comfortable with that, Member Gaines?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Member Stowers, thanks for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, did we check or did we have any written comments on this taxpayers advocate office report?
We do not.
Can we check with AT&T? Just
Certainly. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
Certainly. If you'd like to make a comment, please press 10 at this time. And there are no comments queuing up at this point.
thank you. With that, and we don't need a motion. No, it doesn't seem on this one. If we can have Ms. Taylor, please call the next item.
The next item is M1, Public Policy Hearings, discussion on the implementation of Proposition 19, the Home Protection for Seniors, Severely Disabled, Families, and Victims of Wildfire or Natural Disasters Act of 2020. There are no planned staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item for this month's meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so. This matter will be presented by Chairman Vasquez.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Once again, this is a placeholder that we put on every agenda now, given the Prop 19. And if there's no comments or questions from the members, I will go ahead and open the public hearing piece of this and see if there's anybody on the line that wishes to speak on this. If we can, we don't have any written comments, I don't believe, right, Ms. Taylor?
We do not.
Can we just check with AT&T, see if anybody's on the line?
Yes, AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
And if you'd like to make a comment, please press 10 at this time. That's 10. And there are no comments at this point.
Thank you. And with that, unless I see a hand or any comments from the members, we will close this item and move on to the next item. Ms. Taylor.
The next item is N, public comment on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda. Please note that the board cannot take action on items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings.
Ms. Taylor, are we checking with, we don't have any written comments, right?
We do not. Would you like me to check with the AT&T moderator?
Please.
AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
Absolutely. If you'd like to make a comment at this time, please press 10. If you'd like to make a comment at this time, please press 10. And there are no one commenting at this point.
Thank you. Members, that pretty much concludes our items, our business. Let me just ask if any of the members have any final remarks of the day. And
I'm sorry, Chairman Vasquez, this is Henry Nancho, Chief Counsel. Can I ask, I want to present something to the board. Specifically with regards to Member Gaines' vote on the state assessed role, to be technically accurate, what would be appropriate would be a motion to reopen the roll to allow Member Gaines to clearly vote, because I believe upon looking at the record, Ms. Taylor had recorded or mentioned verbally that his vote was recorded as not participating, as opposed to not participating to particular items. Reopening the vote would just allow Mr. Gaines to clarify his vote. It would not require a revote of the whole motion, assuming all the other members would keep their votes the same. In an abundance of caution, that would be the technically accurate way to handle the situation.
Sure, if the members are comfortable with that, I'm good with that. We can go ahead, let's reopen that item.
So it would be a motion to reopen
So
the
we
vote
need
for Member Gaines?
I will move that we I will move that we reopen the item to allow Member Gaines to clarify his vote. Is that specific enough?
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay. Do we need a second on that?
Yes, and a vote.
Do we have a second on that motion?
I second the motion to reopen the vote to allow Member Gaines to clarify his vote with the understanding that the other members' votes stand as cast.
Thank you. We have a second. And let's officially vote on that, Ms. Taylor.
Chairman Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Cohen.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of those present. Now that we're the item, or Ms. Taylor, do you have to recall the item, or can we just have Mr. Gaines state his vote?
I will defer to Mr. Nanjo.
Ms. Taylor would recall the item just for Member Gaines to clarify his vote.
Okay. Ms. Taylor,
if you want to
recall the item.
The motion was to adopt staff recommendation on the allocations of the unitary values adopted by the board in May 2021. Member Gaines?
Yes, due to a financial interest, I will not be participating with respect to Pacific Corp 106 item, Sierra Pacific Power item 146, Kern River Gas Transmission Company item 188, and BNSF Railroad Company item 804.
And
But
you want to
as to the
state that
other
you're
items,
supporting the
Member
others, right?
Yeah, but I'm supporting all other items on the roll. I thought I did that with my earlier vote. But,
I thought so too, but just to be
Yeah.
clear.
okay.
All right. Do we need anything else? Any more on that?
No. We'll show the record as Member Gaines voting aye in favor of everything except for those particular conflicts that he stated, which he is not participating on.
Right. Wonderful.
Thank you very much, members. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, board. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. With that, we don't need a vote on that. That's just done, right?
Correct.
All right. So now we can move back to our N item, Ms. Taylor.
I believe we already called for public comment, so our N item is complete.
That's what I was checking. So AT&T already said there was nobody on the line, correct?
Correct.
All right. So now I'll go back to the members. Was there any final remarks of the day from any of the members before we adjourn our meeting today? And I think I see a hand up from our Vice Chair Schaefer.
Chair Vasquez, I would just like to remind my colleagues that today is the 99th birthday of the father of so many of the sitcoms we've grown up with, Norman Lear. And we hope he makes it to 100 like our good friend May Lee.
Thank you. With that, members, I just wanted to thank Ms. Fleming and her staff for her dedication, especially on this Prop 19, as we move forward and with other business that we were able to take care of today. I know today was a little bit hectic because we were moving things around on the agenda a little bit, and I appreciated your patience on that. And with that, we can officially adjourn this meeting. And once again, I'd just like to adjourn in memory of the lives we're still losing due to this pandemic. While the numbers obviously have shrunk, but we're still seeing a little bit of a spike in some states more than others. Just remind people to be cognizant and be as careful as possible as we move forward. And hopefully soon, I know right now that it's being questioned whether in fact we'll be able to regroup in October in person ourselves. But keeping our fingers crossed, hopefully that will happen so we can hopefully come back to some normalcy, at least for the taxpayers and for ourselves as we move forward with many of these items and tasks that we have before us. But with that, we'll officially adjourn the meeting. Our next meeting is scheduled for August the 24th and 25th. And just a reminder that we'll have our annual BOE Taxpayers Bill of Rights hearing to be held on the 24th of August, which is next month. And with that, thank you all and be safe, and looking forward to hopefully seeing everybody soon. And for those that will be attending the Assessors Conference coming up, looking forward to seeing you folks next week. With that, we'll officially adjourn this meeting, and it's I have 2:39. Take care. Enjoy the day.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
It looks like